she's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. Show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild. always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Wow, it's so nice to see everybody here. Thank you so much. That is my favorite song. I know some people don't like long intros, but the two that I play at the beginning, one describes me a lot because I get told to shut up a lot. And if you stick around long enough, you'll figure out why. And then the second one, Sisterhood of the Chat, there's never been a truer song written about this channel. It did start out with just a few of us, just a few women needing a break, needing to be ourselves, and needing just someone to understand. And even if you don't understand, just listen. That's how this channel started. And shout out to the real lunch lady who is in chat right now. She is the the manager of our channel, and she has written every one of our amazing long list of songs. Not AI'd, she wrote them. And every one of them sometimes may not make sense for the new people around here, but believe you me, the ones that have been here from the beginning know exactly what each one of them means. It's usually it's a joke. It's making fun of all of us. So we love it. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a few days. I hope you guys had a beautiful Easter with your family, and remember that it's not all about bunnies and eggs and chocolate. So I wish many blessings upon each of your households. It's good to see everybody. I want to do also a shout out to our my co-host Maggie over in Liverpool, England. Last week she lost the most precious thing to her heart, her little Jessie, who was a big part of our channel as well. Listen, we love animals here. We love our animals. And Maggie lost sweet Jessie last week. And she's struggling, you guys. She's struggling a lot. And remember her in your prayers, you guys. I've never, ever in the 2 years that we've known Maggie, seen her so broken or heard her so broken on the phone. It is maddening. It is maddening. And she does have a message for everybody. I will put it over in our Discord. And then, but I did talk to her this morning. All right, so we're gonna go on with this. But you know, listener, is anybody else revamping their house, decorating, cleaning, doing all the things? It's finally like really spring here in Indiana where I'm at, and the daffodils are up, the flower beds are looking gorgeous, and with all of that, the dandelions are also out everywhere. So I'm a little snotty, forgive me for that. Not hateful snotty. Now I do get that way too, but I'm just saying, like, literally, and it's because of the daffodils. So, and the dandelions. So please excuse me for that. But y'all, this is not my normal time to go live, and I'm aware of that. But yesterday, I finally had some time to really look at what's been going on in the last couple of days that I've missed about the Nancy Guthrie case and other cases that I'm following and other things that we talk about here. You guys, I was floored. I mean, I just had to pick myself up off of the floor. I could not believe it. And I I got home yesterday. I was in Ohio yesterday. My baby Chow is that is my youngest son. He is graduating college on May 2nd. Yesterday, he signed his very first um, lease for an apartment all by his little lonesome. And Mama cried in the back seat all the way home. To tell you the truth, I did. I cried almost all the way home. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was just terrible. But anyways, when I do a live just where I'm just doing me and not when we're just talking, I'll cover all that with you guys. But let me do roll call real quick and say hello to everybody. And then we're going to jump into this. You guys have probably been a lot better than I have about following what's going on. You guys, I am just like, whoa, 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 Ethel. Seriously. Elizabeth Brown, good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in. MJD is in the house. Thank you, girlfriend. Lizzo, all the way from the UK, is in the house. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate Jacqueline. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate you. The real lunch lady is still here. That's good to see her right over there. My sister in the West Virginia area. Now the rain is washing it away, the snow. You guys had snow up there in New York. Renee says, found Nancy, not in the last hour. I mean, unless it has been in the last hour, because I was just on here doing a bunch of research and stuff. Renee, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. It's good to see everybody up in chat. Michelle, hello, honey. I've missed you guys so much. Listen, if you're up in chat and this is your first time here, welcome to According to Leanie. And if you just don't remember, you in this channel, you are completely welcome to your own opinion. You don't have to agree with me or anybody that I've got up on panel with me. All I ask is that we do everything the adult way, because this is an adult channel. Be respectful of people that may have a different opinion than yours. But I absolutely love hearing other people's opinion, because from day one, I've had my own opinion on this, what's going on, and not much has kiltered for me. But you guys, people that have come down and chatted and started hanging out at the channel, have given me much more to think about, because my brain is only so big, you guys. And sometimes I get on a road and it's the only thing that makes sense to me. So it's hard for me to take in. It's hard for my own brain to consider other scenarios that could have happened. And that's where you guys come in for me. That's where you throw something in the chat and I'm like, oh my God, I never even thought about that. It blows me away. I've got my little pen and my little pad of paper here that I write nearly everything down, new scenarios, new thoughts that I haven't heard, new things that I haven't taken away, because I've got my own, little road that I'm going, and then somebody will throw something into that road, right, that would make me turn left or right. And so I have to go and research it and see if it makes sense to the way that I believe this case is going or what has happened here. And sometimes it does, and it's the piece of the puzzle that I'm missing in there. And sometimes I'm like the aliens coming and getting Nancy. I'm just like, I can't make it fit, guys. I just can't make aliens fit in this because don't believe in them. So silly stuff like that, you're welcome to believe whatever you want to. But I can't make that fit inside my working theory that I've got going on. Melly Joe is here, but she is in the bushes. She is our top mod here, our lead mod, and we appreciate her all the way from Australia. So anyways, I was blown away and I was like, I've got to go live. Like, these people are going to freak out that I'm on this time of day. But I mean, my life is changing, you guys. Everything's changing in my life. I feel like I'm in an uproar again. Like I said, I will do a personal live on down the road a little bit and let y'all know what all's going on. But at least until probably October, November, I'm screwed. I'm going to be very, very, very busy and very emotional. She's still missing, Michelle says. I've been watching all kinds of things, even late last night. Of course, I may not know as much as these ladies on here as far as updates. That's okay. Let's all talk about it together. Lunch Lady says, I'm popping in and out of the bushes because you have your grandbaby. Lunch Lady became a grandma for the first time this year, y'all. She's all up in arms. I'm telling you, that little girl's giving her a run for her money. Michelle also said, I did watch some live people last night who were doing updates. Some things from Banfield, TMZ, Brian Enton. It's all very interesting. Right. And that's what I caught. And I wanted to go live so bad when I got back in town, but I was so drained. I was so emotionally drained. There was no way I could give any voice to what was going on or get out of my funk that I found myself in. So here we are today. I woke up first thing this morning, started doing some work in my house, totally trashed the living room. The dogs we got two boxes in today. So I gave them to the dogs. I took all my stuff out of them and they've trashed the living room, but that's what they do. So let's get right into this. I want to show you guys something. Tell me what you think. Tell me if you've seen this. Before I do that, let me float our disclaimer because, you know, I've worked hard at this channel, you guys. I want to keep it. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. We're going to be floating that across the top of our screen, and I'm sure at least one of my mods will drop that into chat. So YouTube, do not come at us. I'm trying to do the best I can here on this little channel. All right. Can you guys do me a favor? Hit the thumbs up. That's all I'll ever ask of you. If you don't even want to subscribe, don't even worry about subscribing. Please just hit the thumbs up because I'm a firm believer that whoever wants to be a part of this channel will find us just from a thumbs up. And thank you so much, Lizzo, for dropping that and floating it through the chat, our disclaimer. Let me bring this up for you guys. Let me know if you've seen it and what you think about it. I found this today. I found it today. And I was like, what? Is this real? I wasn't even sure if it's real. My source, you guys, is Mark the Shark. Mark the Shark that has been out in, I've never played any of his stuff. But Mark the Shark got this from JLR Investigates Live. He clipped it from his live. And he put it up on his channel. So prayerfully, he doesn't strike me. It's just a really quick 1-2. And let me try to make it as big as I can for you. I didn't know if it was real. And then when I saw that he had clipped it from one of JLR's lives he was doing, then I knew it was real. Because, you know, I mean, AI, you guys, we never know anymore, right? Elizabeth says, I like Mark. He's a good guy. I've never, ever watched him, but I've heard JLR talk about him. So, just making the time to do things like that. I don't know. I kind of stick to my lucky 3 or 4 and that's it, because I don't only just watch true crime. I like, well, we'll talk about that on a more private live. Michelle says, I'm sure you are very drained. I had my youngest graduate last year in May, went to school in Arizona, still lives in Arizona. It's all been great, but yes, boo-hoo, I'm in Illinois, not near him. Well, I'm grateful that he, for the first year, because he's got a contract with the company that he's doing a management program with for 2 years. And then when he's done, then they will hire him on as a manager. And so, I mean, it's a really good thing. So this year he got assignment in Ohio. Next year he'll go to another place. And then when he finishes the management program, which he's been for the last 3 years, he's been working with them during the summer. So, and they offered him a job in this program. So, and a job afterwards, making really good money. So he's been really, really blessed, and I'm grateful. And we'll get into all of that during one of my silly ass private, not private, but my IRL, my real life stuff, I like doing those. I like sitting at my counter and just filming my house and my dogs and my dumb stuff, and then just sitting here chit chatting with you guys. All right, so let's see. Michelle's going to be a grandma for the first time in mid-June. Oh God, girlfriend, your life is fixing to change, honey. Get with lunch, lady. She ain't sleeping. Pink Peony, hola, mi amiga. Good to see you. All right, tell me what you guys think about this. Let me make it bigger. This is going to be the biggest I can make it. And zoom in. Tell me what you guys think. I was blown away. I'm just going to play it. Let me turn on the sound. Watch your ears, you guys. I don't even know what the sound is because I listened to it without the sound or watched it without the sound earlier. So watch your ears. I can't control it. Here we go. Oh, it has no sound. Let's watch it again, shall we? I guess whenever Mark clipped this from JLR, he didn't put the sound on there. So let's watch it again. Who's this walking out? And do you notice anything about his walking? This is at Nancy Guthrie's house, you guys. He is coming out the side of the guest house. Now he's walking towards the front of the house over actually, let me hold on. Wait now. Back up. No, and no. He's walking in between the front of the house and the garage. Let me pull it up one more time. Sorry, I dropped it whenever it give me just a second. All right, here we go. Let me stop it right there. Come back over here because I want to put it back on the screen. I want to have a discussion. All right, so I'm going to show it one more time. Let me stop it and rewind it real quick. I'm going to show it one more time. You guys pay attention to how he's walking. I'm sure you already know by now who it is. Let me make this bigger as big as I can. All right, let's watch it again. Pay attention. To me, he's just bebop and bouncing, right? I hope you can see my cursor. So right here is the slider, you guys, to the this is to the guest house, the casita, the whatever you want to call it, right? It's the casita, the guest house, the pool house, right? This over here looks like to me, I could never figure out what that brown thing was on the side. But then I was looking at this, and it looks like to be a storage area because you could actually see the lock and the knob, the doorknob on it right there. But he's walking around the back of the casita over here, and he disappears behind this bush right here because if he came in front of it, he would be going to the front door. If he goes behind it, he's going in through the garage. So you guys, he's bebopping. Now, Mark dropped this like 18 hours ago. I'm not sure when it showed up on JLR's live video. Maybe somebody in chat does. But Homeboy's bebopping. I want to ask you, do you think he's changing his walk because people are noticing his gait? And there's been some creators out there that have slowed everything down, that have done a side-by-side and an overlay of this guy, tomato, hot sauce dude, the son-in-law, and the perp. And y'all, I mean, I don't believe it's him personally, but I do believe the son-in-law has something to do with it, but I don't believe he's the one that we're actually seeing on video. And stay tuned. I've got something to show you that's going to blow your mind besides this. So little teaser there. But is he changing his walk because everybody has broke down that walk? You know, I mean, I just find this walk weird. I mean, he's walking like he's a 17-year-old. Up and down and up and down. You know what I mean? Like no care in the world. That kind of a thing. Y'all grown ass men don't walk this way. All right, let's pay attention one more time. All right, so he went on the other side of these bushes, so he's actually walking into the garage. I'm coming back over to chat. Tell me what you think about that. What do you think? Have you guys even seen that? So good to see you guys, everybody here. Thank you so much. Please do me a favor, just hit the like. Let me see. Baby Chow is so smart. He's gonna do big things. He just thank you so much, Lunchy. I appreciate that. Let's see. Come on out of the bushes. Yeah, let's have a discussion together. You don't have to agree with anything I say. If you don't think that tomato hot sauce dude doesn't have anything to do with the crime, listen, you're not going to get bashed here for your own opinion. Come on out. Let's have a discussion about it. He's bebopping. Hi, Martha. Good to see you, love bug. What do you guys think? Have you guys seen it? Lizzo, have you seen it? He was there with someone that looked to be either FBI or LE. They put something in the back of the car. Really? So you saw it in real time? Really? So, but does it look like I mean, listen, I'm not trying to make this up because I believe him to have something to do with this crime. I'm just saying I've never known a grown-ass man to, you know what I mean? I can't help but to put a sound to his walk. I mean, and then didn't he just have surgery on his knee recently? I mean, that's one hell of a recovery, wouldn't you say? High CP beat Burrows. Think he stubbed his toe. Looks fake. Well, remember, so he did have surgery on his knee. Was it Lizzo? So Liz would know. Her and Maggie covered this. Was it a week or so before or after Nancy went missing? Well, we saw him come out with Savannah and his wife or girlfriend, whoever it is. Hi, Char, babe. They were I mean, he was struggling walking, you know. So I mean, that's a hell of a recovery for a man his age, would you say? Hi, Denise. Looks like he's just walking fast and swinging his arms. Doesn't look like a bouncy walk. Okay. I don't know. To me, it's just, I mean, I could be wrong, and maybe I am being biased. I'm not trying to be, but I have to be honest. Maybe I am being biased because I believe him to have something to do with this. So maybe I'm looking for something to hate on him about. It's very possible. I'm not trying to, but I'm not saying that's not what I mean. I'm human. You know, right now I don't like the dude, so it's easy to hate on him for something. Hi, Kathleen. Good to see you. Renee, her son-in-law. Yes. Michelle says it does look like he may be a fake walk, but no clue. I think people are going to be careful about the way they walk, etc. Right. You're right. And I mean, it could, like I said, I have to own that, right? I have to own that maybe I'm just being a total bitch about it because right now Nano's meeting in 30 minutes. Nuh-uh, Mike. Hold on. I got to write that down. Can somebody look that up and verify it for me? Is it with the news, or is it, I mean, is it a presser or is it, what is it, Mike? Let me know. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in. because we will definitely watch it live if I could get it up. But if he's having a meeting like in closed quarters, then there's nothing I can do about it. Michael J. No, oh, Thomas, welcome. Are you serious? Did he really? God bless his family. He was a great actor. If he in fact did just pass away, he fought a great fight. God bless his family during this time. I didn't know about the knee surgery. So many details to this. Right. I didn't know about it either until Maggie and Lizzo did their lives on it. JLR is going to attend the meeting and go live. Oof. Oh, I don't. I'm wondering if he would strike me for playing him live. Let me look it up really quick and see where I can find it at. If Tucson News is going to be there, I can just play it from there. Hopefully Nanos is saying I'm retiring, guys. Let's see. Presser. This is just showing all the other ones. Oh, let's see. Let me see. Can't see chat right now, y'all. Give me a second. I'm trying to see if I can find where he's. Sheriff Nano waits a board's vote on compelling testimony. Well, let me just say this. I can't find anything on it. If somebody does, let me know. The Pima County Board of Supervisors is holding a meeting today, April 7th, 2026, to finalize questions for embattled Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos regarding discrepancies in his work history. Okay, and he says it's okay to stream. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't mind streaming like after he's done, or maybe like an hour behind, but I always feel bad for using people's stuff whenever they're, I mean, it's all fake. Arizona, USA says. A lot of people do believe that. A lot of people do believe it's fake. I, however, do not, but that's okay. You are welcome, Arizona, to your own opinion. And I guess you're right there in Arizona. Welcome to you. Elizabeth says, all leads have not yet been followed up on. I agree with that. Y'all don't fall for what clickbait. What clickbait are we talking about, please? Michael J. Fox or the Nanos thing? Oh, I just read that the board is meeting, but I think it's probably a closed board. Michael J. Fox is not dead. Wait a second. Wait a second. He's not 77. That was a month ago. He's not dead. Wait, doesn't want dramatic death after. All right, you guys, as far as I could see, it's a hoax. Sorry for saying that. That's why I don't like to say anything that's really in chat. Sorry, guys. Says it's fake news. Well, thank God for that, and God bless Michael J. Fox, anyways, because he brought us some great television and some great movies. All right. So what time did you say that was? What's it going to be? 12 o'clock my time. So 9 o'clock. All right. So we'll keep it on it. The best thing I could do is just bring up JLR and keep an eye on him. JLR, I'm watching you, love bug. That way I can keep an eye on this because Okay, so he's not live right now. Let me see. Yes, he is. In just a second, guys. Okay. All right. I'm watching him. I know other people will be watching him for me too, and just let me know. All right. So I wanted to show you guys that. Now let's get back to this. Let's get back to According to Leanie. I wanted to show you guys this. Him walking. Listen, like I said, I could just be being a total bitch about him. I'm not trying to be. I try to look at things with an open book, but if I'm wrong about tomato hot sauce dude being involved in his mother-in-law's disappearance, I will be the first one to go live and tell y'all I'm wrong, because I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind letting you guys know that I was way off. And I really hope I am wrong in this one. I really do. But right now he's very much top suspect in my book. And in my way of thinking, he is. And I mean, I've got nothing, I don't believe he's the guy on the video. I don't, but I do believe that he is the mastermind behind this. I want to bring up something else for you guys. All right. So thanks to JLR for that. Thanks to Mark for that. I'm sure you guys have heard of the new ransom note. So last week, Savannah went back to work, right? Did you guys notice she was wearing yellow? I don't think that was just a fluke for one of the guys to be wearing a yellow tie. She was in a yellow dress. Jenna Bush was in like a floral with a lot of yellow and green in it. I think that was by design. Yes, y'all, please hit the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys so much. That's all I ask you to do. So I think that was by design, because everybody was leaving the yellow flowers, the yellow ribbons and stuff to Nancy outside her house. So I think that was by design. I thought it was beautiful. I did not watch any of the Today Show at all. And yellow does mean hope. Thank you. Thank you, lunch lady. So I didn't watch any of it. I really didn't. I don't like saying the words, I don't have time. Because for the most part, when people say that, you do have time. You just have, we make time for what we want to do. So I try never to say I don't have time, but really, if I wanted to watch it, I couldn't have, because I really didn't have time, but I didn't want to watch it. Lizzo has dropped JLR, his link in chat. You guys sub up to him, please. And Lizzo, if you have marks as well, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Michelle, for saying that too. I only ask everybody to please just hit the thumbs up. I believe with the thumbs up that the people who want to be here and hang out on this channel will find us just through that. So if you do that, I don't need your money. If you don't feel like subscribing to me, you don't have to do that. But the people who dig what I do, they'll find us just from the algorithm. And I really believe that. So if you don't mind, will you do that for me? That would help me so much. So Savannah goes back to work, and all of a sudden TMZ is reporting 2 more ransom notes. I have a little bit of a problem. Lizzo, thank you for putting Mark the Shark's link also in chat. Thank you so much. I'll sub up to him if you will. I had 2 problems with it. First, TMZ told us with the last ransom notes that we knew about, the last time they came out with them, which was weeks ago, they said that if they received any more ransom notes, they would not be releasing, telling the public about them, right? Do you guys remember that? They said that from now on, they're just going to forward them to the FBI's office, let them handle it, let them decide who's going to put it out, who's going to do what with it, right? Do you guys remember that? TMZ is junk, the Inquirer on TV. Right. There's the other problem that I have. First, that TMZ did put it out. So there's that. Here's another problem I have with it. TMZ is not a news source, a source of real news. They're not um, people that do that. They're paparazzi. And look, I'm not saying they're not good at what they listen. If you want all the Britney Spears news, TMZ's got it, y'all. They know what they're doing. They are famous for it. They're great for it. And they've made a lot of money and made themselves really proud doing it. Kudos to them. But as far as being legitimate news sources, they are not. So I don't understand why any kind of ransom, I would, if this was me, I would never send it to TMZ. I would keep sending it to a reputable news source. Or right on, well, I would want it on the news, right? So I would send it to them, but I'd also send it to the police or the FBI. So Lizzo says that she believes TMZ is just trying to get views. And Savannah was worried about her job ratings on Today's Show went down. Then when she was off for surgery, they went up. Gotcha. Hi, Violet. I love, 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 love your name. Good morning. I was hoping you would be live too. You're so kind. Thank you for saying that. That's so nice of you. Good night. But yeah, so you have, I'm wondering about the legitimacy of it. And listen, it's not like they have to tell us the truth, right? When she came back from surgery, they went down again. Wow, Lizzo. See, Lizzo is she's the girl that you guys want on your side whenever there's stuff to be investigated, because Lizzo's going to find out. She's going to find out stuff that you wouldn't know about. I don't know how she does it. I am pretty good with investigating too, but whatever I don't got, Lizzo's got, and most of the time we both got it. And there are things that she has found even in the UK that I haven't. And that's one of them, because I haven't looked into none of that stuff about Savannah Guthrie, because before this, y'all, I didn't even, watch the Today Show. I don't watch any kind of real TV too often anymore. And the Today Show was shoved down my throat when I lived in Germany for 6.5 years, and that we only had one channel, AFN, Army Air Force, the Army Air Force Network. That's all we had as far as American TV goes, and they played the Today Show 5 days a week. So after that, when I came back from Germany, I was like, I'm never watching the show again. I just don't want to. So anyways, I'm questioning the legitimacy of this. Is this is it very well could be designed as a thing, even the police department would put out, or not the police, the sheriff's department or the FBI, just to keep the public talking about it. Is it a publicity stunt from Savannah's side? Now, listen, y'all, if you think I'm being hateful, I understand that, but I'm trying to look at it from all different areas. And I'm not saying any of the way that I'm looking at it is right. It's just my theory, right? It's just theories I'm throwing out there to you guys. Take them for whatever it's worth and make your own decision on it. So, are the new ransom notes, A, are they legit? B, could they be a publicity thing for Savannah and the Today Show? C, could it be I don't know, a bone being thrown just to keep us all talking? I don't know what are in the notes yet. I didn't listen to it. I wanted to listen to it with you guys because I like live reactions. I don't know about you guys. I like hearing things with you guys because then I don't know, immediately stuff will come to our minds and we can say them and then decide if we can work it into our theories or not, right? There's many reasons why these ransom notes TMZ is claiming they have, or could it be the TMZ is just lying and they are trying to boost their ratings? There's so many things that could be going on here. Hi Lolly, good to see you. Violet says, I'm doing good. We are on spring break and I'm enjoying my vacation. God bless you. Michelle says, right. He did say he wasn't going to mention anything about any more notes. I do remember that. See? So why now? That's why I think there's something behind it as far as publicity. He could be getting paid. Let's just be honest, you guys. He could be getting paid by NBC. Money talks. He specifically said over and over on the news, legitimately, Harvey Levin went on the news and said, I will not be releasing any more information on any letters we get anymore. We're going to leave it to the FBI and the sheriff's department. So why now? Did somebody pay him to report it? Lizzo says, not legit. It makes no sense. If they know something, why ask for 60K or whatever, half a Bitcoin when they can get 1 million? That's correct. I thought about that when I was sweeping a floor today. Thought about that too. Like, why are you asking for half a Bitcoin? There's $1.2 million right there. What do you care? Because supposedly the guy said, whoever sent the ransom, and I've got quotation marks up there. Hi, Sosa, says that they'll squeal like a dead rabbit, y'all. They know who did it. They know where the body's out at, and they'll turn it all over for half a Bitcoin. Well, why wouldn't you just say, look, here's the deal. Like, I know it all. I'm going to need you to get me some money. So, get me that million so I could go retire on an island somewhere. So nobody can find me and I don't have to worry about anybody killing me, because that $500,000 is a lot more than what they would be getting in a Bitcoin. Oh, mercy me. I don't watch any of those morning shows, but I had heard of her, familiar with her. Okay. Hi, Mama Main. Just a few hours after he said he wasn't going to talk about the notes, he did a video. Sorry, messed it all up. He did a video about another notes. Did he really? I didn't even see that. I absolutely didn't know it. I just took him at his words, and that's my problem, Mama. I take everybody at their word. I'm an idiot. Fugitive TV worked out that 1 Bitcoin is $70, and in Mexico, that equates to 1.245 million. But Sasha, good to see you, Sasha. Thank you for coming in. Mama, thank you for coming in. Do you think the person, obviously, if they're from Mexico, do you think that they would stay in Mexico? If you're gonna put someone on blast, why would you stay in that country? So let's just say he goes to another country to put himself in hiding. $70,000. Yes. So I wonder what it would equate to, like what would be the poorest country that he could live the rest of his life on. Because here in America, y'all, $70,000, while it'd be nice, but it's not going to buy a house. I've been here several times. I usually stay quiet and listen. Mama, don't you stay quiet and listen, girlfriend. You come down here and have a discussion with us. It's good to see you. Say anything you want to, girlfriend. Come on down. Love talking to people. NC is so lovely. Hope you have fun with your sister. Who's going to North Carolina? Oh, Lunchy, are you going there? Oh, you did already last week. Okay. All right, guys. So you know what I'm going to do? Let me look and see where JLR is still driving. So let's do this. Let's take a look at old Pretty Eyes, y'all. Let's take a look at old Pretty Eyes and see what he has to say. You know who I'm talking about if you've been here for any amount of time. That's Brian Inton. Got the prettiest eyes, you guys. Let's take a look. I haven't, like I said, I did not listen to this all the way through. I just played it just a little bit just to make sure what he was talking about. And that was it. Then I stopped it because I wanted to listen with you guys. Let me make sure that I've got him. Okay, and I will make it as big as I can. You guys are going to have to watch your own ears because it'll blow up. And this is my source is Brian Inton, you guys, from Brian Inton Investigates. He dropped this 17 hours ago. He said another ransom note was sent to TMZ, and Harvey Levin says it could be legit. The person who wrote the note claims to know where Nancy Guthrie is. The note reportedly arrived the same day. Oops, I just went out of it. Sorry. The same day that Savannah Guthrie returned to work on the Today Show. Could it be real? And could it end up being a prisoner with the information that will solve the case? We are digging into the latest episode of Brian Investigates. Okay, so there you go. Thank you, Brian. We're playing your stuff. And I love you, Mr. Pretty Eyes. All right, here we go. Let's take a listen to it. If anybody knows, I'm going to keep an eye as well on JLR so we can get the 411 on what's going on with Nanos, because we know some big shit's happening there, right? Welcome, everybody, to chat. Thank you guys for being here. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. That's all I ever ask of anybody. I appreciate you for being here. And come down and chat with us. Come on. All right, let's listen to this, you guys.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate
no
it.
problem.
Please click to subscribe.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
Brian.
all of your support.
Oh, you're welcome.
My channel.
Yeah, no
today
problem.
is day 65 in the search for Nancy
this is
Guthrie, and there is some new news that just came down a little while ago. TMZ is now reporting that they have received yet another ransom note, and they're giving some very specific details of what that note said. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Also, Savannah Guthrie was back on the Today Show for the first time since her mother, Nancy Guthrie, disappeared. And one thing that I'm wondering is it just a coincidence that TMZ has received this new alleged ransom note on the same day that Savannah Guthrie went back to work? Look, I don't know if this ransom note is real. I think most of the ransom notes have been fake. I think that TMZ has overblown a lot of these notes. And I'm going to get to exactly what it says in a second. But I have wondered if when Savannah Guthrie went back to work, would that spark new interest in the case? Would that spark whoever did this to somehow do something differently or react differently? So it's something that's kind of been in the back of my mind. I was wondering if there was going to be some kind of development today. So anyway, I'll get to the TMZ note in a minute. First, I do want to reference, though, Savannah going back to the Today Show this morning. She said that she had received many letters, that she had received so much kindness. She said, "Good morning. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home." She wore yellow. And she later went outside, you know how the Today Show anchors do, and was taking pictures with fans outside. And there were all these people who had signs saying, "Welcome back, Savannah." And there was no real direct mention of Nancy Guthrie or of the investigation or anything, but it seemed emotional, obviously, with her first day back after everything that she has been through, and was obviously took an enormous amount of strength. And she has just been really incredible through this entire thing, in my opinion. Okay, back to this TMZ note. So I'm going to read, I took notes of what TMZ is saying happened here with this latest ransom note. They are saying that a person has been incessantly contacting us. They use that word, incessantly. That they received another letter saying, "I know where her body is and where the kidnapper is. Give us half a Bitcoin and I will tell you." And again, they were saying this person has been very persistent. This is someone who has contacted them in the past, wanted to make clear they have nothing to do with it, meaning Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, that they've been out of the country, but that they know who the kidnapper is and where the body is. And Harvey Levin at TMZ says that they've forwarded the letter to the FBI. He said, my spidey senses say there is something about this guy. So it doesn't seem like he's totally discounting the letter. At one point, Harvey Levin said, at one point, the same person who emailed before said time was of the essence, then later said time was no longer of the essence, which it seems like is making Harvey Levin think that this is legit, because the person may have sent the first note when they knew that Nancy Guthrie was alive, and then perhaps sent the second note when they knew that Nancy Guthrie was no longer alive. Now, I don't know what to make of these TMZ notes. I've been skeptical. I mean, are they just looking for attention? They make a good headline for TMZ every time they report on one of these. But again, I think the timing is interesting, that this is coming on the same day that Savannah Guthrie is back at the Today Show. And I think it's interesting that Harvey Levin is saying that his spidey senses say there is something about this guy. I also think you have to remember that Savannah Guthrie said when she did her Today Show interview that she believed that 2 of the ransom notes were perhaps legit, which actually surprised me. That was probably the most surprising part of the interview for me, because I did not think that she was going to say that. I just assumed that they realized that none of them were legit, but she said she believes the 2 are legit. And now we have this new note reportedly coming from TMZ on the same day that Savannah Guthrie is back to work. I am joined now by Joe Giacalone, a retired NYPD sergeant. He's been involved in a ton of criminal investigations and cold cases over the years. Joe, thank you so much for joining me. Really, really appreciate it, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Brian.
I first want to ask you about this new development within the last couple of hours.
You guys, real quick before I finish, before we get back to Brian, I have to stop it and commentate just a little bit, or else I'll get in trouble. Hi, Precious Brown. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Is she still alive? That's the question. I personally don't think that she is. All her medicine was left there. I just don't think that she is. In fact, the guy that sent in that ransom letter again to TMZ, basically said time is not of the essence anymore, right? So in other words, she's already gone. So at any point you can give us the money and we'll tell you where she's at. But none of that sounds like, I mean, if you how did he say it? Give us a half a Bitcoin and I'll tell you where she's at. Oh, that sounds like a real tough guy, right? Like he knows what he's doing. It sounds like a kid. And second of all, listen, Harvey Levin, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm never trusting a grown-ass man that is saying spidey senses, because that means that you're still hanging out with the Marvel crew, all right? I ain't trying to hate on the Marvel crew, but that whole spidey senses gives me the creeps. All right, back to this, guys. Y'all, get me some coffee. Get you some coffee, too.
Hours, TMZ reports that they've received another ransom note. I've always been a little skeptical of the ransom notes, especially from TMZ. Like, are they just trying to get headlines? But I was just reading through what they said. Harvey Levin said, my spidey senses say there is something about this guy. He's written them before. He's been very persistent. He doesn't claim to be the kidnapper, but says he knows who that person is and where the body is. I mean, what do you make of it?
Well, listen, law enforcement's going to have to try to track down anything they can on this. Like you said, I've took the ransom stuff with a grain of salt from the very beginning, because it was unlike anything we've ever seen before in history and textbooks or what have you. So listen, they have to do this as part of their investigation, but there's always been a couple of investigations, tracks going on here. Your ransom, stranger kidnapping, family members. I mean, all of these things happen just about in every investigation. So, it's just another thing that they'd have to concentrate on and quite frankly, probably waste a lot of time trying to figure out what exactly is happening on that end.
With Savannah Guthrie going back on the Today Show this morning, though, I had always kind of wondered in the back of my mind, when she decided to do that, would that have an impact in the investigation? Like, would that spark someone new to come forward? Or if it was like a obsessed Savannah person who did this, would they be sparked to send a new note or something? So the timing is kind of interesting, that the same morning she goes back to work after more than 2 months, TMZ suddenly gets a note. I mean, what do you think of that?
Eventually, I mean, she had to go back to work. All right. I mean, I remember standing at a homicide a long time ago at a scene, and I remember the detective next to me saying, "Hey, Sarge, you know what? Life goes on, right? You know, and things just happen like this." But yes, I think the best thing for her in her own, for her own mental health and overall health is to try to get back to some sort of routine where she goes back to work and does something that she loves to try to keep her mind off of this, because I'm sure she's basically losing her mind in so many aspects about what's going on with the investigation, worried about her mom and her health and everything else that goes along with it. We can only imagine what somebody would go through that kind of trauma.
What do you think about the timing, though, of this note to TMZ on the day that she went back? Do you think that there could be a link there?
I don't think so, but like everything else, if this is somebody who's just been trying to make trouble, so to speak, then yeah, sure, they would do this, take this opportunity because she's back on the news and everything else that goes along with it. But I don't know. I just hope that they figure out who this person is, and if they have real information. I mean, there's over $1 million in reward for this, so I mean, come on.
You don't seem that, just as the tone of your voice, you don't seem that convinced with these notes.
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wasn't really a big fan of this ransom stuff from the beginning. And one person they did catch, right, that was trying to scam the people out of this, it would have rewritten textbooks, Brian, on how law enforcement handles ransom notes. I mean, they didn't go directly to the family. They go through the media, which is something we've never seen before. There's just some other, things I just don't like about this, right? The idea is to get the money and be able to give the person back. But that doesn't seem to be part of the equation when this thing first happened.
And there was no proof of life ever, from what we know.
Right. And you're not going to send any money over the internet for this. I mean, it's not that it's gone forever. I know a lot of people don't think that the Bitcoin can't be, traced, but listen, there are a lot of people out there that have the skills to be able to do this. And you know what? The FBI, I'm sure, is working on that as we speak.
Yeah, I sort of thought all the ransom notes were just made up. But then when Savannah did that interview with Hoda, she said that she believes that two of the ones that they received could be legit. So then I started to think to myself, well, wait a minute, if she's saying that, that's probably the FBI telling her that. So maybe some of them have been, real.
Well, I mean, listen, the FBI is not going to tell the victim's family exactly everything that's going on. They might just say, like, this is what we got. We think it's credible. But law enforcement's job is to make sure they vet out all that information anyway. They're not going to come out and say this is nonsense and we're not going to even be bothered with it. So, you don't want to give people hope, but you also want to say, listen, we're taking this seriously. We don't know if it's real or not. And we're going to try to track it down and see if we can get you an answer. I mean, I'm sure that was kind of like the conversation that was going on.
Yeah. And so we'll see where these notes go. I mean, again, I just wonder if TMZ thinks it's a good headline every time they get a note. But obviously they're saying that they're forwarding it to the FBI, and we'll just have to see how that plays out. I'm curious, Joe, it's now been more than 2 months. You did so much cold case work, and I don't want to call this a cold case yet, but if you were working this case, you received the file now, like, where do you begin?
It's easy for me, Brian. I would just say I would be creating an international cold case task force. And we would be bringing in every agency that's within 100 miles of where this crime happened. And I'm talking about at least one representative. And of course, we would include the federal partners, including the DEA. Now, people say, well, how do you know? Why would the DEA? Because Mexico is not that far away. And I'm sure the DEA has assets and confidential informants in Mexico that they can help out with this investigation. And one of the things that I would be pushing for is to be debriefing every prisoner that gets arrested within that 100-mile radius, asking them if they know anything about the case, asking recently convicted prisoners as they're sitting in the cell for the first time in the first week, you know what, maybe they do know something. Listen, you have to go to the sources where these guys hang out and these guys know one another, so to speak, and try to get information out of somebody. This is a get out of jail free card. And like I said before, over $1 million and you haven't had a real tip that led you anywhere is really concerning, which means it could be a big part of the dark underworld that we don't know about just yet. And people have been keeping it quiet. But you know what? One thing I found in my career is that somebody who's been sitting in a cell says, you know what? I know something. I got to get out of here. And they can try to make a deal.
It's interesting you say that. One of my cop friends, and he's not even a detective, he's a street cop and he's a younger guy. He was asked, we were chatting about the Nancy Guthrie case, and that's what he said. He said, I bet at some point someone in prison is going to have the tip. And I was like, why do you think that? And he said, I don't know. I just have a hunch. Like at some point it's going to be someone behind bars who gives up some info.
Well, I mean, it's a tactic that we use quite often when we're trying to investigate cold cases, when you're dealing with things with 20, 30 years old. Who else would know about things such as this? And listen, debriefing of prisoners, even at intake, and I don't care if it's for something minor. You never know exactly how many times people have been arrested, and they might be looking at some serious time, and they've heard something. I'll take a rumor. I'll take anything. Of course, the police have to go and vet that information, but it's a lead, right? If there comes a point, you have to go and shake the trees and create your own leads.
Ooh, I dig it. I dig it. Because you know what? I didn't even think about that. I just now thought about what happened to the whole Mexico thing. What happened? I mean, we were all talking about it. They were all talking about it. The news was all talking about it. The sheriff's office was trying to get us away from that. Nancy Guthrie could have been taken over the border. And I was screaming the whole time. And I'm still screaming, y'all. I'm still screaming that in my book, in my way of thinking, Nancy Guthrie is in the Mexican desert. And I hate to say that. And I'm sorry if that offends anybody. I don't mean to offend anybody. But let's just face it, this is real life stuff. Real bad stuff happens out there. But why aren't we talking to the Mexican authorities anymore? Why? Hi, Kathleen. Good to see you. What? I mean, it's like we just took Mexico completely out of this deal, especially when the list came out of who the FBI was walking, the list of 20 names that the FBI was walking around. And from what I understand, they were all Arabic kind of names or something like that. And then it came out that Nancy actually had some people live in her casita, her guest house, her pool house, whatever you want to call it, that were, their names were on that list, remember? And then everybody quit talking about Mexico. Hi, Kathleen Severa. I mean, why? Why aren't we still talking about that? And I didn't know that they could get a task force together, an international task force. That's interesting. Why hasn't that been done yet? I mean, listen, I have made no qualms in telling anybody that I think the sheriff there, I call him I don't know, Sheriff I don't know. I think he has screwed this case up so much, but the more that I hear, like that there should already be an international task force, the more I think, what is that dude doing? What is he hiding? And people have come to this channel and said, Leanie, look at the sheriff. The sheriff has something. He's doing something. He's got something, or somebody's got something on him. And that's why this case has been treated like this. And listen, I believe in the blue. I back the blue. I believe there are more good cops than bad cops. And so automatically, I'm just that person that will walk up to you and respect you just for being a human being. And then what you do with that respect is on you. That's just my nature. And I respect people in authority. Now, like with Sheriff I don't know Nanos, I respect the badge. I respect the office. I respect the seat, but I don't respect the man who's sitting in it. Mary Jane Doe says, back the blue until it happens to you. Right. I can understand that when people have distrust of the police because they've had some dealings with some shady cops. But I'm going to flip that around on you. You know, I'm going to. Everybody hates a cop until they need a cop. And then all of a sudden they're their best friends again. So it goes both ways. It cuts both ways. Brenda, hi, says, I wonder how he would treat this case if it was his family. Lizzo says he's covering something up. Michelle says, I feel bad for the Guthrie family that this has happened with the sheriff that they have. Right. Listen, he was voted in. Maybe the Guthrie family, maybe Nancy voted him in. Hi, Deborah. My 90-year-old mother had a dream that Nancy was in a black bag under a palm tree. Just so you know, my mother has had dreams that have come to be truth. Just saying. Deborah, thank you for coming in and telling us that. There have been a couple of people that have come in here that have some kind of clairvoyance, and they've told us some things, and a lot of it is exactly like what you're saying. So thank you for that. Deborah says, I have an aunt who's a good cop, or was for years. Yeah. Dot says, too many really odd mistakes have been made. I mean, stupid mistakes. Y'all, listen, I don't have any kind of cop training, or definitely not any investigator or FBI kind of training. I just have common sense. And my common sense tells me the first thing you should have picked up was the damn mat that homeboy was stepping all over. That's what I say. Sasha says it's been leaked by LE that it appears like they don't want the case to be solved. But why? And if they get Sheriff, I don't know, Nanos out of there, could it be solved? Some people say, yeah. I mean, everybody that I'm listening to that have some kind of police background or law enforcement background, no matter what it is, everybody's saying, yes, this will be solved. It won't be tomorrow, but it's going to be solved. Lizzo says, is there a palm tree in her back garden where the dead patch of grass is? I think there is a palm tree, but my question to that is, we know the cadaver dogs were there. They would have sniffed it out. That's just my opinion on all the research that I've done on those dogs. Michelle says that's even worse and sad if Nancy voted him in, right? Brenda, hello. I wonder if the family is being threatened. Good question. Good question. Very good question. And wouldn't it be sad if it was the sheriff? And I'm not saying the sheriff. I hate saying the sheriff's office, because we know that the sheriff's office is not happy with the sheriff, and they don't want to follow his lead. Brenda says the mat and the weeds he was biting down on, that mouth light, it touched the weeds, DNA all over it. You're correct. Michelle says, you never know, Deborah. She could be right. I do believe in that. I've had my own wild things happen because my instincts, I'm no psychic, but things that I know, and people are floored. I don't have any feelings on this, though, as far as instincts, dreams, etc. All right, let's keep listening to Mr. Pretty Eyes here. That would be a Brian Enton.
You don't want to see police departments sit back and say, well, we have DNA possibly, right? Well, no, you have nothing until you get it back. That's the first thing. And even if you get it back, you don't know if it's going to be usable, if they were able to extract the mixtures, all those things that go, right? Get off your butts, go out there and start shaking your own trees. Make something happen. And listen, law enforcement has the capability of doing this, but having all of those other departments doing the same thing you're doing, you shake enough trees, it could be something falling out of it.
You mentioned Mexico. I've always wondered why it seems like they've downplayed Mexico. Like in the beginning, they made a point to say, well, we have no evidence to believe this has anything to do with Mexico. The Mexican government said the same thing.
What? Yo, I could be psychic? Oh, I promise I haven't watched this, and I didn't know Brian was going to say that. My God, you guys, I think I am becoming an investigator.
But it's so close. I mean, I drove there from Nancy's house. It takes like an hour and a half, maybe even less time if there's no traffic. Like, I just have a hard time just saying it has nothing to do with Mexico. It seems like we should keep that possibility open.
You always keep it open. But I also remember, whatever the law enforcement agencies say too, you never take them for full value. They say everything and nothing all in the same sentence. Right? Oh, everybody's cleared. Nobody's cleared until the case is over. I mean, it's as simple as that. First of all, you want to keep people calm. You want to keep people, in a situation where they might make a mistake. So we never want to label anything as, this person, that person, or anything else. But yes, you have to keep the Mexico angle open. Not even saying that there, drug cartels are involved. It's just an easy escape over the border kind of thing. which in this case might even help even more in respect that it's an automatic federal takeover at that point, as soon as you have that international line cross or a state line cross. And quite frankly, something I was hoping for, where the feds would be able to just step in and say, okay, our turn. The feds are always lurking in these cases. I mean, I've worked with the feds, and it's not like television where you're always fighting. It's actually really a symbiotic relationship, and I've always had some good relationships with those guys and girls. But you know what? We hear differently. We don't know for sure what's happened in Pima, but if that's the case, it would be an absolute shame if that occurred.
Yeah, so what I heard from sources is initially that there was an issue between the FBI and the local sheriff's office, that the sheriff's office wasn't sharing everything, that the sheriff has this longstanding beef with the FBI, and there were issues in the beginning, but now they have this task force, and apparently it's pretty seamless now. They're getting along. You know, it's less about the sheriff and more just like the detectives and the FBI agents working together, and they've sort of straightened all of that out, from what I'm hearing.
Well, let's hope so, right? I mean, but even then, you've lost valuable time in those weeks where you're trying to iron this out. And did it get ironed out because it finally became public and became part of the discourse of what was going on in the investigation? Because if that's the case, you know, okay, great, you fixed it, but it's still like you got to shake your head and say, what were you thinking? I mean, there's so many things that I look at this case and I just scratch my head, and I always make the joke that I said, if I had hair, I'd pull it out. Because things such as not even holding the crime scene. I mean, there was no reason to let that crime scene go. I'll tell you right now, if that case happened in New York City, not only we would have kept the house, we would have cordoned off that entire piece of property, and we would have parked one of those big old temporary headquarters vehicle right on the front lawn. And I mean, we're talking, I haven't seen a line or a grid search or a zone search. I haven't seen any of that. I mean, you have people walking around like, on an Easter egg hunt. That's not the way you do these things. David dogs, why aren't we bringing them in? Why have they never brought back bloodhounds? They said that they did it in the beginning. They said canines. They didn't specify the kind of dogs that they brought in. I don't know for sure. I'm sure you know if you heard the type of dogs. But at this point, bring back bloodhounds. Let them sniff the clothing, the pajamas, whatever was left over, and see if we can get a trail, anything. But I mean, now we're talking months into this, and I just say this is like basic investigation stuff. And why wasn't it done? I don't think we'll ever get the answer for.
I still don't understand why they cleared the crime scene that first time, because the family wasn't itching to get back into the house. I don't know what the urgency was in doing that. There didn't seem to be any pressure from the outside. Like I couldn't figure it out.
From all we know, that there was nobody else that even had an expectation of privacy for that house, meaning the only person that had access to the house or the privacy was Nancy herself, which means we wouldn't need, we meaning law enforcement, not me personally, wouldn't need even a search warrant at that point. So, I mean, to say that you would just do this and then leave and then let everybody kind of walk all over the place, it's kind of like, I question that. It's like that entire place should have been done. Because remember, we saw the guy come into the, I think it was the septic tank, right? And kind of like poking in a few days. You found the blood, on the doorstep, right? I mean, the gloves. Talk about another nightmare scenario, right? Having 16 pairs of rubber gloves that they were left at the scene by searchers, and then another pair of rubber gloves from 2 miles away. I mean, it's like, what are we doing here, folks? I mean, this is not the stuff that we train. And there are no national standards per se on how to run a crime scene, but there is plenty of literature on this. The National Institute of Justice has guides out on this stuff. There have been plenty of textbooks written on this. So to me, it's unacceptable in 2026.
When I think you saw my story, we had a source close to the investigation in Silhouette talking, and I think you tweeted about it, where he was saying that the supervisor had never investigated a homicide, which I think I remember seeing your tweet. Like, that didn't seem to bother. Weren't you trying to say, well, that part didn't bother you that much?
Right. It doesn't bother me that, because the supervisor's there to make sure that the detectives have what they need in order to investigate the case. So when I was a sergeant into the detective squad, I remember the lieutenant telling me, when I was brand new sergeant in the squad, I remember the lieutenant says, give the detectives enough space. Your job is to make sure that they have the equipment and the necessary means to do their job, and just let detectives do their work. So yes, when you saw that, I said, that doesn't matter, right? The idea behind the supervisor in this is going to be the manager, the mentor, the trainer, to be able to go in there and say, okay, guys, have you thought of this? No? Okay, why don't we give that a shot? I mean, that's really what the supervisor's job should be. But we're hearing all kinds of stuff about what's going on, like benching your homicide detectives or the people who had the skill sets already. But you know what, Brian? I don't know if you've asked this question, like why didn't they ask for a mutual aid from Tucson or Phoenix, right? And initially, I'd be calling Phoenix and Tucson and say, hey, I need 5 homicide detectives or 5 detectives with experience. I need them there within 48 hours. We're going to pay the bill, but, send them down here. We need everybody at bear on this because it's been proven. The more detectives on an initial case, the faster you'll get it solved. It's as simple as that. And having all these people involved and all this experience to do so is something that needed to be brought bare to the initial stages of this investigation.
Yeah, and beyond the supervisor, we're hearing that the detectives also had less than 2 years experience because the experienced detectives were moved out of homicide because of a beef with the sheriff and all this drama with the election. And it gets very political.
Oh, yeah.
And I realized that like pretty much right when I got there and started talking to people, there's just these beefs with the sheriff that have been ongoing for a long time and seem to have bled into this investigation.
And the silence is sort of deafening too in regards to like what people know from the outside, if they were even asked or what they even feel about the situation. But yes, listen, detectives who never caught a homicide or an investigation like this, the only way they're going to learn is until they do so. The idea is having that experience to help them move them along, right? Let them do the case. We saw something very similar happen in Moscow. If you remember, right, the detective there, he never really did the homicide, and they made an arrest in that case too. So, if you've investigated cases before, we train our detectives in New York City to solve homicides because you will then use all those tools to solve your lesser crimes. So we prepared our detectives to solve the ultimate crime against society so that anything less than that, they already had the tools necessary, which would bring in another conversation. What is their training like? Who does the training? How often is the training? And was anybody trained? Those are the next questions that would come up. I would like to see if they have a detective guide or a procedure about how to handle a crime scene, even from the uniformed cops, the first cops on the scene. Listen, they often make or break cases. Did they hold the scene? Did they see any witnesses? Did they detain anybody? Did they notice something out of place? Those are all real important steps when you're dealing with a case like this.
Yeah, and I was in Idaho for the Moscow murders too. And I think the difference there was the police weren't saying anything and we didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, but we just didn't know. We didn't know if they were busy, if they had a lot, if they didn't have a lot. With this situation, though, in Arizona with Nancy Guthrie, like we actually have sources telling us that they have nothing, that they have no suspect, that they don't have any good leads right now, that they're basically just, like the latest I've heard is that they're going to all the construction sites in the neighborhood and trying to get a full list of everybody who's worked these construction jobs just to go down that list and try to rule those people out. And apparently they're having a hard time because some of the crews are nervous to give up names. And, like some people are in the country illegally. There's, issues there with all of that. But they're not to say that they're desperate, but they're, kind of like you said, shaking the trees. Like it seems like they're really shaking the trees. Where when I was in Idaho, they actually had like really legitimate stuff going on behind the scenes. They were closing in on Brian Koberger. They just weren't telling us that. Whereas they're not closing in on anyone from what we know in Arizona.
Right. And I kind of agree with that, so to speak, because you see these have over $1 million worth of rewards, and we haven't seen anything that resembles anything of reports, except for, remember in the initial stages, and you were part of one of those where they had somebody in custody, and they made the cardinal rule of saying, we have somebody in custody, right? You don't do that until after you vet out the information and who this person is, because it looks bad. I just wish that the sheriff, and I've seen this a number of times recently, would have just used a public information officer at the very beginning stages of this. When you have a major case like this, I want to see my police executive at the scene. I want him or her directing what should be going on, what assets they need, if they need cell phones or batteries or even just food to keep them at the scene going. That's what I want my executives to be doing, not sit.
Oh, I'm going to jump right there, y'all. Possum, good to see you, Love Bug. Thanks for coming in. I've missed you. I'm going to jump right in there because we followed the Idaho case like nobody's business too. And the one thing about that case, and I said it the last time I was live about this, was that the sheriff of Idaho was there for every second of everything that happened. He even drove himself the U-Haul to go and pick up the kids' belongings from the house from 1122 King Road. He's the one that brought in the U-Haul. He's the one that drove the U-Haul out of there. He was so involved. And this is the main problem that I started off with Sheriff I don't know, and why I gave him the name I gave him. Because after his very first presser, and he did that kind of one-on-one little talk with a news team, they were asking him questions about the case, just as they should. And instead of just saying, I'm not answering that, next. He just kept saying, well, I don't know. I know I trust, he kept saying, I trust my team that's on this, but I'll have to find that out. I don't know. The last thing I want to hear from anybody that is leading me is I don't know. Because if you don't know, I sure as hell don't know. I'm going to need someone else to get involved here, because I'm not following people that don't know. He looked like the biggest fucking idiot at that point to me. And look, coming from a military background, the first 30 years of my life, I understand something about leadership. And that totally took me back. And that's one thing that I did say on here, and I've said it a couple of times, that sheriff in Idaho, we gave them a lot of shit. We were like, they don't have nothing, before because they did keep everything close to the vest. And we were all like, they don't have nothing. And here it was 47 days later, I think they arrested Brian Koberger. And so I try not to get so uptight with the investigations, because now I understand, even though I still get impatient because I want it done yesterday, but I try to be more understanding that they know much more than what I'll ever know. And somebody is working on this. But when you've got a sheriff like this that is, in my book, I'm starting to believe what more and more people have told me, that this sheriff is completely crooked, and everything that's been done up to this point has been to prolong this case and hide something. I'm sorry. I'm starting to believe that. I didn't want to believe it, but I'm believing it. Nanos has not done, he's not done anything. And listen, I don't expect him to go to every freaking crime scene. I don't expect him, you know what I mean? Like, that's why you delegate. I get that. You delegate your authority. I understand that part of leadership as well. But when you've got a high, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. That's the bad thing about being a creator, you guys, is because mid-sentence, you will forget what the hell you're saying, and then you look like a fucking idiot, okay? And we try to blame our age and stuff, and it's not. Newt came up to me, my dog, and he just shook my hand, and so I lost it. But whatever. When it is a high-profile case such as this, and you're asking the public for help, you did a presser on it, you gotta know what's going on. And the only way you can know what's going on is to micromanage at that point. You need to know everything about it, because you ask the public for help. You're doing pressers on it. It's a high-profile case, and there's money involved in this one. A lot of money. Not a little money, lots of money. So this one is the one that you micromanage. That's just what I think. I mean, I only ran a McDonald's and a clothing store, y'all, as a manager. But even I know that. For the love of God, do better. Get rid of nanos. Let's start all over. Do what Liz said. We're going to start all over. Start all over. I mean, there's not a damn thing we can do about the mat being left there and the weeds being left there and the door not even having any powder on it that shows us that you did look for fingerprints or something. All that's been lost. But can we just start over? and have a couple of us come out there. Well, us YouTubers, well, I'll bring my posse. You guys bring your posse. And I'll walk around with my hands folded as to not touch anything. And I'll be like, take a picture of that. Yeah, get that picture right there. Get that. What about that? Yeah, it's all been screwed up, you guys. Imagine had a real investigator gone out there and a real sheriff gone out there, and he's like, don't nobody walk on these rocks. Don't nobody walk right here in this area where the sand is, because even though maybe some of the family did already, we still need to take impressions of every shoe print out here right now and every tire print. It all's got to be taken out. I mean, doesn't that make sense? No. I don't know. I'm just a leaning. Thank you guys so much for being here. We do me a favor and hit the like, and I'll shut the hell up now.
In front of the press conference. That's why you have a PIO, because as you know, Brian, these cases are dynamic and they change in the matter of minutes. And when you the executive say something, everyone expects that to be the truth, even though you're not lying, but you gave out bad information. Who can walk back the executive? There's nobody above you. That's why you have the PIO, and then the next person who's higher than them can step in and say, okay, we know we said this, but that was the initial thing. Now the investigation has shifted. This is what we found. We will keep you posted. And that's it. And instead, it turned into the mess that it has been.
That's such a good point. The sheriff could have almost protected himself and his reputation. You use a PIO, and then it's kind of like, oh, we had bad information. It's more on them, versus now you got the top guy making mistakes, saying things different ways. And then it like it is now, it's like, who can we trust?
Right. And now every time he says something or every time he did something, nobody believes him. And that's part of the problem. But that's why we have PIOs. Listen, this whole incident management system technique has been in place since September 11th, where we have an incident commander and we have different sections. And one of those sections is public information. And that person is generally the public information officer. And I can't remember the case offhand. Well, it was a much smaller department, and it was a major case. And they actually got a PIO from a major city that wasn't too far away. And he stepped in, the sergeant stepped in and controlled the entire narrative, and everything worked out well. We spend the time and effort to train our PIOs to deal with the media, to be able to speak in front of the media and do all those things. As you know, it's not easy.
Oh, y'all, I've just decided I want to be a PIO. Can you imagine me being sheriff? I don't know's PIO. Y'all, I am honest. I am so honest. Like, if they gave me a script to follow, I'd be like, I mean, I tell them, but the minute I got on camera, y'all, I'd be telling you the truth. I'd be like, y'all, that sheriff is a piece of shit. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I mean, I'd be fired first day, right? They'd be like censoring me on the news, and then they would go to cut to break, cut her mic, because I mean, that's the first thing that would come out of my mouth. Y'all, that sheriff is a piece of shit. Y'all, I'd be censored right then. But I would love to be the PIO. Oh, and just let me go at it. Y'all, listen, I'd be taking Nancy Grace's job. She'd be y'all, I'm your girl. I want to be the PIO. POI? PIO. Yeah, that's what I want to do for a living now. I'm look into it.
So if we have somebody that's trained for somebody who, in this case, a police executive who really doesn't have that kind of training, who might think that they have that training, stand up there and say things that end up not being true, I think it turned off a lot of people. And of course, we see now a lot of negative attention directed his way, and unfortunately, is rightly so.
Well, you brought up Idaho earlier, and they did something like that. They brought in the Idaho State Police public information officer to handle things for them in Moscow, even though it was a city case, city of Moscow. You know, they had someone from the outside come in and just handle all the media requests. And the chief maybe did like 1 or 2 interviews total. I mean, and it was very rare. And he just let that PIO handle everything.
And that's the way it should be done, right? So we have the model, we have the training, right? FEMA runs this. We know exactly what we want them to do and say and be able to handle something during a big major case so that we don't run into these kind of problems. But we saw this up in the Brown University incident. We saw this with the shooting at Charlie Kirk. People coming out who shouldn't be, saying things in the media, and it just doesn't foretell well about what's exactly the investigation is going to reveal. Plus, you bring in chances for the defense attorney to be able to do things, because remember, the defense attorney, if he's going to say, well, my client wasn't the guy because we're excluding all others. You had all these other people under arrest. What happened to them? Why weren't they the ones? I'm sure, you're just opening yourself up to this kind of stuff. And it's just, you have to prepare from the very minute this case starts that you're going to trial, and you dot your I's and cross your T's, and that's the way it should be handled.
I know there's still a lot of holes, but I haven't talked to you about this case yet, so I'm just curious. Do you have a theory? I mean, do you have a working theory based on the information that we do have of what happened here, what the motive might have been?
Well, there's a lot of things that a lot of people have speculated on a lot of things. But one thing that I can think of is that I don't believe she was a targeted attack. I think there was going to be a planned burglary and that this thing went bad. Why do I say it's not a targeted attack? Well, listen, look how they the guy dealt with the camera, right? I mean, putting flowers on it, whatever. He wasn't really in a big rush. He wasn't really too concerned about this. And I had said from the very beginning that this guy was an amateur. And the reason why I said that is because he did not look prepared. Now, the people throw that back at me and say, well, Joe, he's not an amateur, but we're 2 months into this. Well, listen, these guys make mistakes. It's up to law enforcement to be able to figure out what those mistakes are. But, listen, most burglaries happen directly through the front door. So that was his first intention. Does it happen through the back door? Apparently that's where things go. But you have an 84-year-old immobile person who has a heart monitor and all the other things that go along with it. Bad choice if she was a targeted attack, because the likelihood of something going wrong with her is extremely high. And now you're looking at murder charges. So
but if it's just a burglary gone wrong, though, why would he have been there previously? Remember, we think he was there January 11th, which would have been 3 weeks before. Would he have been planning
staking out the joint, right? He's actually doing his homework. He's looking at things. Maybe he's knowing that her routine is she goes over to her, she leaves every Sunday to go to, wherever. So, it was that day of Sunday. I mean, was it on a weekend so was he doing his homework, so to speak? That's just the way I would be looking as the working theory. And I had said before we started, once the ransom notes started kicking in, you have another level of investigation that has to be done there. So you have to be able to pivot. So you have, like I said, 3 investigations happening: ransom, stranger abduction, and always friends and family are always included in these investigations. I don't care what anybody says. Most people are victimized by someone they know, and that's a direction that cases often go through. That doesn't mean it's true, but you as the investigator have to exclude all others. That's the goal. So if I can exclude the family, great, move on to the next one. Let's go through this. But that's why I was, I'm pushing this debriefing of prisoner stuff, because this isn't the first time I don't think this guy would do a burglary or do something like this. Show that photo to your prisoners. Show the video, because he had a little bit of a funky walk, right? He had that knapsack on that might have been a little too heavy. Looked like he almost, would lose his balance. Maybe somebody identifies the gait, right? I mean, anything. You're never going to know until you try. And that's the bottom line here.
One of my friends, a retired FBI agent, Maureen O'Connell, who I have on a lot, you mentioned the gait and looked kind of funky. She thinks he was high. She's just convinced that the guy was on drugs.
He might be. I mean, listen, you have an elderly person, but probably information out there is who she actually was. So, guys like this who may be using drugs, whatever, think there's drugs in the house, there's cash money, right? Because elderly people senior citizens tend to have cash in the house, right? So, I mean, it becomes a target-rich environment as far as I'm concerned. Listen, I don't have any background on this information. That would just be our working theory. And listen, this happens in every investigation. The detectives get together, you sit there and you talk, all right, what do we think of the scenarios? And then you lay out all the scenarios, and then you see what evidence leads you to that. One of the things, maybe you have the answer to this one, Brian, I've been asking all along and no one's ever given me an answer. Was there a router in the house? Did they take the router? So why is that important? Well, if you have friends and family and acquaintances and the pool guy and all the other stuff, they connect to the Wi-Fi. And that Wi-Fi that router becomes a real record of who was there. And even if you don't have access to it, right? You happens to you go somewhere and it says, hey, there's a Wi-Fi here. It connects onto your MAC address or whatever it is on your phone or your watch. And people are going to turn around and say, well, he made her take off the wristwatch, the Apple Watch and the phone. Yes, because the word is out there that these things can be easily traced and trackable. So the bad guys know to get rid of these things now. It's unfortunate, but it's just a sign of the times.
You think we'll get a resolution soon?
No. If you would ask me this question in the first week or two, I would say yes, because I was really hopeful when I saw the FBI coming in here and doing this, because it is it's not a mini department. People think like this is like some mom and pop sheriff's department. They have like 500 deputies in this department. And as far as the 18,000 agencies goes, it's huge, because most departments have fewer than 20 sworn cops. So this is a big department, but the FBI brings so many assets to bear. And, quite frankly, I wouldn't have mind seeing even the Secret Service coming in because of their cell phone data and technology and all the other things. Like I said, the DEA, because of the drug connections that they have in Mexico. So I would, look to further my federal partners in this thing and just throw it out there and say, maybe somebody didn't think of it. I don't know. I mean, and I'm not saying I have the answers to everything and I'm the greatest and all that other stuff. I'm just saying this is what I would be. This is how my brain thinks. Even 14 years into retirement, when I first started this, I said I'd be doing this, this, and this as of right this second.
Yeah, and you make a good point. People do think it's like some small little country department. There's 400 deputies.
Yeah, a couple of hundred.
Yeah. It's not a small department. Tucson isn't like some small place. It's a city. With the ransom notes, what are you looking for, as an investigator to see if they're legit?
Well, it would be that direct connection to the family. They want the money. They don't usually, I don't think they've ever wanted a big production out of this. It's usually very quiet, one-on-one kind of conversation between them, the law enforcement agency, and or the family members to get the money, to come up with a scenario where they're going to drop off the victim and get and be gone with it. So to bring in all of the national media and all the other stuff is just way too much for me as far as I'm concerned, because if you're trying to keep something like this, you want to keep it on the down low. You don't want to have the FBI getting involved in this thing off the bat. You don't want that if you're a bad guy. No way, no how.
All right. I appreciate Joe for taking the time to talk with me, help me go over all these new developments. There's a couple of other things I wanted to tell you about that's developed over the last couple of days, specifically when it comes to Sheriff Nanos. You guys remember the Board of Supervisors in Pima County has been investigating the sheriff. There was this whole controversy with him allegedly lying under oath and saying that he had never been suspended before, when actually at his last job decades ago in El Paso, he had been suspended a number of times. So the Board of Supervisors hired this legal team to look into the sheriff. There's also been allegations of ethical violations involving his opponent when he was running for sheriff, a woman named Heather Lappin, who also worked at the sheriff's office. And these allegations are that he was purposely punishing her ahead of the election and that there was election interference. So there's this new document that's come out where there are 3 different things that he was being investigated for. For bullying, it said that they don't have the evidence to support a finding. But then these 2, they backed up. Ethics, the preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that Sheriff Nanos used his authority and department resources for political gain. The evidence includes considering Lieutenant Lappin's political campaign in investigation and disciplinary decision-making, culminating in issuing a press release that included information obtained in his capacity of sheriff. So they backed up an ethical violation, basically saying that he put out this press release before the election against a woman who he was running against, who was also under him at the sheriff's office. And then also code of conduct, the preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that Sheriff Nanos violated applicable code of conduct rules by including confidential information in a press release about the reasons he placed Lieutenant Lappin on paid administrative leave for political gain. He did not maintain rules about courtesy and civility. So they upheld that one. And it says the sheriff's actions were found to be inconsistent with the listed policies. However, the sheriff is not subject to these policies as an elected official. So again, it just goes back to the fact that because he is an elected sheriff, they can issue these rulings, but there's really not much they can do in terms of getting him out of office because he is elected by the people. There, of course, is the recall going on behind the scenes, which I've told you guys about, where they're trying to collect enough signatures to try to have another election to get him out. So he's obviously been under fire from all different sides. There's also this new report that came out from Fox Digital over the weekend that he tried to bring a loaded gun on a plane and was going through TSA. I had that here. Accused of bringing a loaded gun to an airport security checkpoint. It was apparently in his carry-on bag. The sheriff wasn't charged, but he was required to secure the gun before continuing his travel. Just makes you wonder if it had been anybody else, would they have been charged or fined or something like that? But because he was the sheriff, maybe they just sort of let him go. But again, a loaded gun trying to get on a plane, that was kind of a shocking report. So those are the latest headlines from today. Got a couple.
All right, y'all, that was Mr. Pretty Eyes, Brian Enton. I didn't know if you guys had heard or not about the loaded gun. Yeah. So was it over the weekend, I think? And I did hear that as well, that he was he had a loaded gun on his carry-on, and they pulled him to the side. They had him secure the gun, and then he was able to go. Listen, something's wrong. What is going on? What's going on? Dot, I agree with you. Should probably resign. I mean, when you got this many people that are looking at you going, you know, like we need you out of the way. Like you're a distraction to what else happened around here. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on with the sheriff. We're gonna go right over to JLR right now, you guys. He is in that town hall kind of setting where they're presenting questions to these leaders or whatever may have you. I don't know a lot about it. I'm gonna look at it with you guys. I rewound it to the point where they're just now getting started. They're good 30 minutes into it already. So I'm starting it. Possum is liked and coffeed. Thank you so much, Possum. Let's go ahead and jump right in with JLR, see what's going on over there. Like I said, I started it from the beginning, where they're in this, it looks like to me like a town hall. And let me see if I can get his chat out of the way. All right, you guys watch your ears. Oh, yeah, that can't happen. So let me go back. Hold on. All right. Watch your ears, guys. What am I doing? Okay.
In memorial and respectful acknowledgement
terrible sound
of the Tohono Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasco-Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona tribal nations.
For those that are able and they can, we're going to be our students and the staff are going to be singing 2 songs. Tradition is that we stand up for those songs so if you're able, and we're going to be joining us by standing up as well. Once again, please be seated. On behalf of the Government Automation and on behalf of our Unified School District, we thank you for this amazing opportunity for us to start our day and to bring a piece of that Government Automation to Pima County. Thank you, and you have a successful meeting today.
Thank you all for taking the time to be here, sharing with us. I'm sure you have just made your families very proud. Make all of us proud. A couple of things that I just want to mention about the GUTHRIE School District, because I heard some good news and some good words about the school district when we were down last week in Saturday. So a couple of things I just want to point out. BUSD schools have maintained or improved the Arizona Department of Education letter grades, and the district earned a letter grade of B recently. They've also decreased absenteeism by 50% in the last 2 years, which is huge. And then also, members of the GUTHRIE Unified School District were recognized as Teacher of the Year and Coach of the Year, and their athletic teams currently advanced to state finals. So congratulations.
Go down one more.
Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item number 4, which is cause for cops. Chairman, for the record, Supervisor Hines has been Stacy.
Good morning, everyone. I have quite possibly the cutest little guy in the world. His name is Bunny, which makes him even cuter. What might be hard to believe is that this guy, along with another dog we're assuming is his brother, they look very similar, was a stray, like most of Pac's pets. Stray dog, he was neutered and he's very well taken care of and he loves people. So we were kind of surprised that he showed up in our care. So he serves as a good reminder that if your pet is...
Y'all, I'm going to fast forward through this part of it because we're not here to... Look, I love my puppies too. I get it, but let's get to why we're here.
So if anyone is interested in adopting him, he's...
And Cox Communications as well. This took a lot of effort for us to celebrate local authors, but I'm so glad we did it, and I look forward to us continuing this signature series in District 5 in the year ahead. Thank you, Chair Allen.
So we have an event on this Friday, actually trying to get folks over to PAC and to help out the dogs. So we're
Celine and Baker Dispatch Center. This item will be at a time certain of 11 a.m. On the addendum agenda, executive session, this is page 1, item 5. There is correction to the addendum language. They are removing the statutory noted one and they're adding language for discussion and consultation related to. They're removing consideration of employment and appointment of, and then the county administrator, and then removing including the recruitment and hiring process. And then on the addendum agenda, page 3, item 13, under board, commission, and or committee, trial court appointments, nominating committee, District 5. Supervisor Connor requests this item.
Response, building infrastructure.
My name is Gabriela Casas Kelly. Jose Gasalam, Angelica Dalston, Julia Gonzalez, Cynthia Lopez will be accepting the proclamation. I move the item. Seconded by Supervisor Connell. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0, and Supervisor Connell is ready to present.
We're here. Protect environmental and public health.
Fair housing education and enforcement, and efforts to deny the Act's obligation to affirmatively further. Your familial status. And whereas, despite recent federal efforts to defund fair housing education,
For the love of God.
Schools, hospitals, government play an essential role in improving.
Bring awareness to the impact that they bring and getting to see more.
Oh, shit.
Prosperity. And whereas, first things first, Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, Southern Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, and other community organizations in conjunction with the National Association for the Education of Young Children are celebrating the 55th.
This is exactly how a bra for women over 50 should be.
What does it have to be?
100%
Tell me.
natural cotton with
Natural
front closure.
cotton, got it.
It is
Front
designed
closure.
for maximum comfort. The fabric is buttery soft and breathable.
Buttery
that
soft.
means no irritation,
Okay.
no chafing, and friendly to
Okay.
my sensitive
No
skin.
chafing.
Takes me less than
Got
5
it.
seconds to put on.
5 seconds.
Thoughtfully made for seniors with mobility
Wait,
challenges.
Hold on.
Not to mention,
It's only put together with Velcro. Listen, that's not going to hold my old dogs in there with Velcro. You got to have some hooks and strings and levies and a crane. Who keeps their babies in there with Velcro?
the wide elastic straps. I can wear it all day with zero shoulder pain. And this bra truly supports See the wide underband? And the full coverage shaping cups. My bust looks way fuller wearing this. Husband said I look 10 years younger.
Bitch, you know your husband hadn't said shit. You guys been married way too long. Nobody cares.
Now. Even better, this bra has a wide back band that molds to your body. Spillage? Side bulges? Gone.
That would be called back fat. Let's just be correct about it. Let's go.
This bra is currently on the biggest sale of the year. So hurry up. This bra is currently 80% off.
It's 80% off because it's being held up by Velcro. Who holds their tatas up with Velcro?
Yours now.
Oh, I learned so much from that.
A strong start for children in Pima County. And whereas the child care workforce, early childhood educators, and others who care for and teach young children deserve to be recognized and supported for their essential work. And whereas public policies that support affordable, accessible, quality childcare for all young children benefit our families, communities, and the state's economy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Pima County.
Let's just let them continue to play for a little bit, y'all. Okay. I want to answer this real quick. CMZ, welcome. Why are we having hearings on a missing person? What are they going to do in a hearing for a missing person case? Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to have the sheriff removed. They're trying to get enough votes in to have the sheriff removed from his position and have a new election, because it's been proven that sheriff, I don't know nanos, has fraudulently, and that's a nice word to use, fraudulently gained a position as a sheriff in this community. He was not forthright with his previous employment and why that employment ended in El Paso, Texas. It has all come out, and he went to Pima County and ran for sheriff there. And he's a dirty deedster. That's the only way not to put it. He's a dirty deedster, y'all. Hi, Gia. Good to see you. You just have to look it up. So what they're holding a town hall meeting on, town hall meetings are, you guys know, they're monthly, and they, you can, if you get so many signatures, then you can bring in a new thought into your local political arena, which is the town hall with the mayor and all that. And they vote on whatever law you want in place or whatever. So it's not only going to be about the sheriff. The sheriff is only part of it. So we're waiting for that part to come up. JLR is in the building with, who was that? Liz, you may know who that is that's with them. Lizzo says, we need Nanos gone. This case won't get solved with him in charge. You know what I look forward to, y'all, is that hopefully if he does get gone, which I hope he does, and that this case is solved pretty quickly after he gets gone. And then if he had anything to do with delaying this case, y'all, wouldn't that be poetic justice that MFer goes to jail for delaying this? What is it called? Police, what is it called whenever you obstruct justice? Obstruction of justice? Because obviously out of everything that he got charged with back in El Paso, Texas, when he was in the sheriff's department there, y'all, he didn't do no time. And then last weekend, he tries to board a plane with a loaded weapon. Now, how many of you think that you could board a plane, try to board a plane with a loaded weapon in your backpack, and you wouldn't be doing some time in jail? And then at least until you see the judge. And then after that, there's going to be repercussions. He got nothing. And that's just wrong. I don't care who he is. I don't care. He's out of his jurisdiction. He had no reason to have a loaded weapon going on an airplane. He's not a part of the Marshals, the U.S. Marshals. He didn't have a reason. That's a criminal felony that he should have been charged with. Yeah, criminal felony. Lizzo says the guy that's with JLR there is called Alex Criminal Network. Thank you for saying that. While we wait for that, I want to show you guys this because I don't want to waste your guys' time. I've already been live for 2 hours, and I know that you guys have other things that you want to do than just sit around and listen to me bitch and complain about this. But I thought this was interesting. I want to introduce somebody new to the show. Liz, I don't know if you're paying attention. I'm going to keep trying to pay attention to whenever they get to the nano stuff here at the town hall, and then I will break away and we'll go back to this because I want to kind of stay on task as long as I can. You're okay. You're okay, Lunchy. That's not right at all. We don't know how he got away. Yeah, I don't know. They just listen. I want to introduce somebody else to our channel that I have never played before. How do I get this off? Okay, it just did. And that is Megan Kelly. I'm not a huge fan, to tell you the truth, probably because her and I have a lot of the same attributes. We're both very loud and very opinionated and very aggressive, if you will, for things that we believe in. Anyway, she gets paid for it, and I get told to shut up. So you will keep going. I will let you know. Thank you so much, Liz. I appreciate that. All right. So I want to introduce you guys to Megan Kelly here, because like I said, I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a new video that came out of another perpetrator in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood in the middle of the night on somebody's porch. Now, this is the third one that we've seen some video of, but I'm going to stop it when she gets to it because I was floored. And I'm telling you right now, I don't know who this dude is, but I will be shocked. And I want you guys just to tell me, I will be shocked if this is the first time I've actually said that's him. Wait till you see this guy's eyes. Incredible. Let's pull this up. I think this is incredible, incredible stuff. I could not believe it. I was actually really excited about it. So welcome, Megan Kelly, to According to Leanie. Not that you care. This was dropped actually a month ago, but I just found it because this is her Sirius XM, the Megan Kelly show. And obviously I'm not listening to nothing. But I found this in a short that was put on YouTube, and I never even saw this. Now I'm a month behind, obviously, seeing this. So maybe you guys have already seen it. I was blown away. I was blown away. So I'm going to play some of this. Local sheriff versus FBI rumblings in the Nancy Guthrie case. A new man seen on the neighborhood Ring camera. Now I'm going to fast forward through the sheriff and the FBI stuff because you guys, we already know what we know. She's not going to be able to tell us anything different about that because, you know, we've seen it. Here it is, you guys. It's right here. I cannot freaking believe. Maybe you guys have seen all this. Maureen O'Connell, we love you. We love you, Mo. Our own FBI, 20-year retired FBI agent, it's a mod in my chat, the good old JB. She has taken classes with Maureen O'Connell, and she's the one that introduced me to her. So she thinks she's a good egg, y'all. All right, let's take a look at this. I'll try to make it as big as I can if they let me make it bigger. Oh, they do. Okay, cool. All right, let's watch your ears, guys, and watch this guy. I'm going to pause it when he turns around and looks at the camera, and you guys tell me what you think. Maybe I should back it up just a little bit for context. Yeah.
And being prepared. giving you the ability to plan ahead. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Megan and use the code Megan10 to get 10% off your next order. Okay, guys, a couple of big developments to start with. There is dueling information on whether, since our show yesterday, the FBI has, quote, moved on from, and by FBI, I mean FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department, from Pac-Man, who we analyzed at length yesterday. The man who had 2 backpacks in a back alley a few miles away from Nancy Guthrie's case, almost at the same time of the Nancy Guthrie home invasion, if the camera was right in the alley, put it around 1:53 a.m., someplace around there. And of course, we're told that the doorbell was disconnected at Nancy's house at 1:47 and that someone was spotted on camera at 2:12 a.m. So the NBC News nightly program, I think it was last night, Tom Winter, who's been covering the case for them, reports that law enforcement has, quote, moved on. I think he said that that man is not a person of interest or a suspect, and they've moved on. And TMZ saying that's not true, saying that their sources say, no, your information is wrong, that no one has been cleared. That was the word. They've been cleared. And Harvey says, no, my FBI source tells me no one has been cleared in relation to that video. So let's just start there. What's going on there? I mean, I tried to get to the bottom of this, and basically I was directed to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I mean, that they're the ones supposed to be running herd on this. They're the only ones who can clear or not clear. And while the FBI may be telling Harvey he's not cleared, no one's cleared, Tom Winter seems to have 2 just law enforcement sources saying he is. So, Jim, what do you think is happening here?
Yeah, no one is cleared in this investigation, Megan, at this point in time. You can talk at the inner circle of the family to guys like this who pop up, days later, weeks later, a week and a half later, or on some kind of a video. So, unless someone's actually in prison, locked up, no ansa for butt, CCTV on him, they know where he is. No one is going to be cleared. And even if this guy is not the one, or someone is in prison and they know he didn't do the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, does he know someone who did? Was he involved in some sort of co-conspirator type thing? So I said yesterday, this guy has to be ruled out before, well, they can do other things at the same time, but he has to be ruled out before they say he's cleared. We're hearing conflicting stories. One set of people said yes, other people said no. My idea is you keep them, you move them down the priority list. You put them in section, C, D, or E of suspects, but you still keep an eye on them, still keep everything, get DNA, get fingerprints if that's possible, and then compare it from there. But I would say, if I was the investigator, and Maureen can disagree with this if she wants, but this guy is still in the suspect pool because there's too many factors that lined up when they shouldn't have lined up, same time, same location, backpacks, all that stuff. So he has to be kept in that suspect pool. I'm not sure if he's been identified or not. That would be a big factor.
I mean, no one would have told Tom Winter. I mean, Tom Winter is a good reporter. No one would have said he was cleared if they hadn't identified him. I just can't believe that. But here is Harvey, who clearly does have some FBI sources. He cites FBI. Normally he just cites law enforcement, but his only role in this whole case has been the so-called ransom notes, which we know the FBI is handling. Quite clearly, he's got a source or sources within the FBI. And this is what he said on Hannity last night, Maureen. Here it is, SOT 3.
Why is NBC dismissing this now that apparently they have determined that the man has been cleared in this case? Because it looks like a strange coincidence to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to embrace or dispute what NBC said. I can only tell you about an hour ago, I called one of my sources at the FBI who was involved in this case, who said that nobody has been cleared in connection with the video. That doesn't mean they're implicated either, but they said they're looking at everything, including this. So I'm getting different information from the FBI.
Okay. So what do you make of it, Maureen?
I think that in the Bureau, we're doing different things. And, Fitz has talked at length about the number of different investigations in all these different silos that are happening simultaneously, including the Sheriff's Department. Our team is just not going to give up, especially like the CAST team, the cellular analysis team, and others. We are just not going to give up until we check every single solitary box that we check. And for two different agencies to have two different ways of going about things is totally natural. You're always going to have hiccups. You're always going to have issues among personnel, but that's where leadership comes in. If you're a good leader, you know, like more than one time I had a supervisor say, hey, I need you to go over here and build a damn bridge. And I don't care what you have to do to build.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We hit the like for me. Leanne Cat says, this is really, really old. And it was almost immediately ruled out. The guy's eyes can't be the same as the porch as Nancy's, as they are literally both on camera almost at the same time. So my question to that one would be, were they working together? And how are you going to rule him out? Maybe you could rule him out that he's not the same guy that's on the porch, but wouldn't you find it funny that in this neighborhood per se is not that big? So you're telling me that the porch guy from Nancy's just happened to be on Nancy's porch or around Nancy's house the same time another burglary guy is at another house and neither are connected. I just have a problem believing that if it was true that they were both there the same night, the same time, the same day, the same whatever, in the same neighborhood, then they're probably not. I think they'll be connected. I just don't believe that much coincidence. I know this is really, really old. I'm saying that I just found it. And that part about the Pac-Man guy, whoever they're talking about with the two backpacks, I've seen that. I've covered it. What they're fixing to show is what I've never seen yet. So just hang in there with me. Hang in there.
Build it, because we have whatever the situation is at hand. And here the situation obviously is an 84-year-old woman. So we have different ways of going about it. We're not going to tell them how to handle their business. They're not going to be telling us how to handle ours. And then at the end of the day, we just share in a really good situation, we're going to share all the information, and we're going to do it in the command post, and we're going to say, this is what we found. This is
with respect to this guy, though, I think it's fair to say he's not a great lead. No one's considering him their hottest lead right now. Otherwise, the messaging overall would be different. And so that's disturbing, because now we have at least two men who, one we know committed a crime, one we think looks pretty sketchy with the double backpack in the alley in the middle of the night, trying to get through some gate. Doesn't exactly look like, he's working on his dissertation. So I'm not sure what's happening there in Tucson. And then we have a third person. Now another video has.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop it right there before they show the third person, who is what I'm talking about. And I guess you guys are just going to have that teaser because we need to get to this nanos thing, which is being done right now. We're going to go back to Megan Kelly because I want to show you why I brought this up, this third video that came out that I had never seen before. And this guy looks exactly like the other guy. But let's go over to Tucson, Arizona right now, where they are in a town hall meeting. JLR is there in the town hall meeting. They're discussing Sheriff Nanos and trying to get him booted out, boot his butt out. And they want a new election. So let me fast forward it to about where we're going to be, because we're only here for a certain case. So let me make sure I get it to, hold on. Make sure that you guys are on this, right? Okay, good. Let's see what they're saying.
Trista, you should know that if Trista is connected telephonically.
Hi, Morgan.
Oof.
Yes.
Hi, Board. Here's mission to rescue a whole flock of therapy animals in honor of Pima County Therapy Animal Day.
That's something about the animals still, and that's terrible sound.
For negligence, so Pima County voters, I make the happy announcement that I have declared myself independent.
She's declared herself independent. Okay, congratulations. All right, got to get through this part. Hold on. Got to make sure JLR gets paid, y'all.
Dance is more than just using your body. So much of dance is in your expressions. Squinting has likely contributed.
Oh, I just can't listen to that. That's terrible. Hurts my ears.
So our next three speakers are going to be Lori Moore, Corey Stevens, and then Susie Lawrence.
Hi, Sue. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Arizona State Law, Section 11-1051, regarding cooperation and assistance in enforcement of immigration laws, state, no official or agency of this state or county, city, town, or other political subdivision of this state may limit or restrict the enforcement of federal immigration laws to less than the full extent permitted by federal law. This means the ordinances and other lesser terms that have been issued by this board to appease the left-leaning constituency have no teeth. They are completely useless, if not dangerous, and in direct violation of Arizona state and federal law. This board does not have the authority to change state or federal immigration laws.
Immigration laws. I'm going to fast forward that. That's just going to bring up shit to the channel. I ain't talking about ICE today. No, no, no.
What is the accountability and consequences of action, and may it carry no weight? I have a copy of a final decision, administrative investigation dated 3/19/26. Complainant, Lieutenant Heather Lappin, Principal, Chris Nanos. It's no secret that Chris Nanos uses authority and department resources for political gain. What drives a person to request this type of investigation? I can tell you that Lieutenant Lappin reported several instances to Ms. Bowen, head of HR, after she lost the election. She returned to work, and Nanos came after her again. She begged Ms. Bowen to find her another duty assignment to save her from his continued harassment from both he and his cronies, and she refused. Was Lieutenant Lappin given her full due process or protected when she appealed questionable discipline? Both Jan Lesher and Ms. Bowen sided with Captain Ogden and the next Captain Hilliker. Why do people in power protect people in power? I can tell you this, it's cowardice, selfish, and I'd argue they allowed the behavior or knew it was a setup, and it makes you complicit. It's time to hold all those responsible and accountable with truth and transparency. This board must hold Nanos accountable. Elections have consequences.
And your next speaker is Susie Lawrence. And then I'll note those three speakers after Ms. Lawrence are Shannon Waukee, Dana Cormash, and then Cynthia Brackett.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Susie Morrison, and I am going to be talking about the flag of Mexico in the lobby. It violates diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are three of the flags: the flag of the United States of America, flag of Arizona, and then on the opposite wall, there's the flag of Mexico. So the Pima County Board of Supervisors work in this building, and obviously you are all your allegiance to the American flag and to the flag of Arizona is appropriate. But I don't know why we have the Mexican flag. It doesn't meet the DEI standards according to the DEI rules. Well, you might argue that our proximity to Mexico might be a factor, or the population of Arizona has ties to Mexico, or even there's our love of their culture and their great food. But none of these should be considered as reasons to display the Mexican flag in the lobby. So at the exclusion of all the other foreign countries. So there are approximately 193 other countries in the world, and DEI practices would insist that all of these flags be in the lobby. Yet, the only foreign country displayed in the lobby is Mexico. It would appear that you have an allegiance to Mexico as it has been given equal status with the flag of the United States and of Arizona. So I'm English, Irish, and Indian. No sign of DEI for those countries in your lobby, only Mexico. So this board works in Arizona, in the United States of America, and we pledge allegiance to one flag. In keeping with the DEI practices, the flags representing the other 193 countries should be displayed in your lobby, or the flag of Mexico should be removed. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shannon Walton.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Walton. In November of 2020, Pima County voters had an opportunity to put Sheriff Mark Napier back into office at the Pima County Sheriff's Department. A man who, regardless of whether you agreed with him 100% of the time, was a decent human being. In the end, the use of libel, unethical websites, and political nonsense, orchestrated by former Chief Rick Castigar and Nanos himself, was too much for an ethical man like Mark Napier to overcome. Now here we are with a freight train called Sheriff Nanos barreling out of control down the tracks, and we're presented with an arduous task of stopping him. It's going to take strength, courage, and determination to finish this job. As I stand here before you today, I want to say thank you for the courageous measures you've already taken and compel you to persevere through this effort. My family has given nearly 100 years of service to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. My uncle retired as a deputy in 1995. My mother was a records clerk when I was hired at the age of 17. I met my husband with 27 years there. So when I say that it breaks my heart to see what has become of a once great department, run with professionalism and pride under both Sheriff Dupnick and Napier, please understand, I mean these words literally. The safety of our community and the restoration of public trust can only begin with Chris Nanos' removal from office. We're counting on your efforts to protect our community from the leadership failures of this entire administration, and I humbly ask you stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hannah Corner.
So thank you all for letting me speak, and a shout out to the county administrator, Jan Lesher, for all she does for the current county employees and those that are like retiring, because I worked here for 25 and a half years, and this was kind of thrown at me, like, get out of here. So, but that was because I was on a mainframe. Mainframes went away, and now they kind of want them back, but that's a different story. So AI. In December, my husband and I decided to leave the Arizona State Retirement System's medical plan and go with United Healthcare AARP. We both got approved, and then I got disenrolled. And I'm pretty sure it was AI. I mean, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was AI. And so I was kind of told by United Healthcare, well,
Bestseller in Halara Stretch Jeans family. Most jeans contain only 1-2% elastane. That means once they've been stretched, they already look worn out and out of shape. Our Halara Super Stretch jeans, however, contain 4.7% elastane, more than double the usual amount. Movement? Freedom? From 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., you can wear them all day long. 4.7% elastane is rare in relaxed fit jeans. But that's exactly what makes the difference. Unrestricted movement, comfort without losing shape. Shop
about AI that a human takes time to a computer is faster than it was in 79 when I went to school. And when I went to school, a nanosecond is how fast it went. And that's a nanosecond to a second is like a second is to 30 years. That's how fast these computers go. So I'm into humans, not computers. But thank you again.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Brackett, and then after Cynthia, our following two speakers will be Joel Strabala, maybe? I could be misreading it. Strabala, and then followed by Melissa Cordero.
So first of all, I wanted to show you a picture of my son. This is Kevin Breitweiser. He is my son. He's lived in Pima County his whole life. Kevin has been in and out of jail so many times. He is diagnosed schizophrenic, and when he was in Pima County jail, I got him pencils and paper, and he wrote this. I wrote Pima County. But I'm here because he's been in and out of jail. I know that you have a program that if you're in and out of jail 3 times in the last year, you can qualify for housing. Since Kevin is an adult, the family is running into red flags all the time. Because he is an adult and they want him to talk. But Kevin thinks he's fine. He had vandalized my vehicle. I had a 2025 Nissan vehicle, Nissan Rogue. He vandalized it. He also vandalized the neighbor's vehicle. He goes into psychosis mode. He's been in Palo Verde several times. No discharge plan. Goes back right out to the streets. When he was in jail, his public defender, Aubrey Breckenberg or something, I'm sorry for that her name. She had said, we have nothing for him. We have no houses. We have nothing. He's not.
Can you move the mic a little closer just so we can?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
My son is not a drug user. So all the programs that they have said that they had is for drug users. He's not a drug user. He did have done drugs, but now that he is not doing drugs, it's mental health. Due to his mental health, they had said there's no housing. The cycle is not random. It happens because there's no stable housing in place. Every time that he's in the hospital, Palo Verde, Sonora, CRC, there's another one he's been in. Discharge him to right back goes into the cycle. He qualifies for housing. I worked at Pima County and I noticed the dad, and he would come first on the dad. I need help to please help him go into housing. The family has helped as much as we can. We are at a stopping point for housing for him. We're not rich at all. If there are programs out there, please reach out to me so where we can get him into housing. But that's all I'm asking for the court for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two speakers are, it's Joel Strabala.
Good morning, Supervisor. It's Strabala. Most people mispronounce it, so no offense taken. Oops. Good morning. I'm Joel Strabala, a resident of Pima County, and this concerns agenda item 22 today of unfinished business of the proposed Pima County anti-masking ordinance. Pima County voters, whether they support or oppose ICE operations, know that Pima County supervisors have publicly acknowledged that they are trying to unlawfully target and restrict federal immigration enforcement operations by ICE in Pima County by passing a covertly worded and unlawful anti-masking ordinance. In late 2025, the state of California passed a similar law attempting to impose masking requirements on federal ICE agents that was ultimately suspended and struck down by a federal district court judge in February 2026. It is my opinion that the Pima County anti-masking ordinance violates USC Code sections 1373 and 1644, as well as Arizona Revised Statutes 11-1051, which paragraphs A states, no official agency of this state or the county, city, town, or political subdivision of this state may limit or restrict the enforcement of federal immigration laws to less than the full extent permitted by federal law. Paragraph H of the same ARS allows a person who is a legal resident of the state that may bring action in Superior Court to challenge such an unlawful ordinance. If there, as a result of the investigation, a judicial finding against county officials that violated this section, the court may order the imposition of a fine not less than $500 a day and not more than $5,000 a day for a policy that remains in effect after.
For the most part, and I thank you guys for that. You may remember back in March 2022, the Transit for All Coalition, a group of social justice, climate, and anti-poverty advocates came together to advocate for permanently free public transit for city residents. And you may also recall that the mayor and council committed to Tucson Resilience together, and alongside Pima County, they passed the Prosperity Initiative.
Finally, underwear that understands a over 50 body. Here's what makes them so special.
Justice, and I see the disconnection and the limit access to work and services, and some people can't.
We have a time certain at 11 o'clock, so between now and then, I wanted to get to item number 23, because we have our clerk superior report, and the superior report here with us. So item 23, I will pass it over to, pardon the applause. I will pass it over to the Superior Court Administrator, Ron Overholt, and anyone else to give us an overview of this ordinance.
Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the board. I'm joined by Cassandra Urias, who's our Chief Deputy Court Administrator, James Giacomino, who's our Clerk of Court, and Ray Rivas, who's our Chief Deputy Clerk of Court. This item is a proposal to adjust a fee, the automation and technology fee. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Incredibly well. I don't know whether you have flexibility in what the waiver gets pegged to, if that is a statutory or increasing it from the.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop it right there. I think Nanos is 25. All right, Dot is going to go take Charlie for a walk. Let's find Nancy today. They're on 23 right now, so we'll see. We'll just keep going with what I had brought up earlier. Lizzo, if you don't mind, just keeping an eye on the whole Nanos thing for me. I appreciate your help in that. And we'll come back to this. Let me go ahead and pull up what I've been teasing you guys with. Maybe, like I said, you guys have already seen it. I have not until this morning. It's obviously old news, but I've never seen this footage of this person on the porch, and I sincerely was like, I had to keep rewinding it and going, oh my God, that's him. That's him. And I want to know what you guys think about it. If you've seen it, great. If not, then tell me what you think. All right, here this is where they're talking about the third video that came out of another guy on the porch.
Has emerged. And we're going to show that today of yet another guy. This guy is on a porch. This again comes from one of the Ring camera forums are in and around Tucson. Like, people talk and they link their ring cameras and they see it, talk about what they've seen on there. Now look at this guy. He was all over this woman's porch in the middle of the night. Look at him.
I'm stopping it right there for a reason. Can you guys zoom into that picture that I've stopped right there? Will you zoom into it? This ring camera footage is about as long as the other ring camera footage that we've gotten from the porch guy at Nancy's house. when I saw this guy's face, I was like, I know that guy. And I mean, I don't know if this is part of, I think Sue said it up there earlier, that this has already been, and I hate to say a name if I've got it wrong, but somebody up there said that this has already been, I've got it right here. Leanne says it. This is really, really old, and it was almost immediately ruled out. This guy's eyes can't be the same as porch guys at Nancy, as they are both literally on camera almost at the same time. And like I said, I don't know anything about this footage. I'm going to have to go and research it. I saw it and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to show it to people and let you guys tell me what you know about it. Or if you feel like you've seen this person as well. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit, because like I said, it's only a few seconds long and this is the best angle we've got. So I'm going to rewind it and let you guys see it again, and let's see what these guys say. I don't know if it's been ruled out. I don't know, because I don't know when this was. Let's just see. Hold on. Let me rewind it just a bit, and then I'll let it play through.
Now another video has emerged, and we're going to show that today, of yet another guy. This guy is on a porch. This again comes from one of the Ring camera forums are in and around Tucson. Like, people talk and they link their ring cameras and they see it, talk about what they've seen on there. Now look at this guy. He was all over this woman's porch in the middle of the night. Look at him, you guys. He's got the dark mustache. He's got the dark soul patch into a beard underneath his chin. He's got pretty distinguished eyebrows. Now, unfortunately, he is also kind of skinny. In my view, that's a distinction from the man who was on Nancy Guthrie's porch. You can tell he sort of knows about the Ring camera here himself. But look at that. He does.
I'm trying to back it up just where we can get a good view of his face close up.
Eyebrows. Now, unfortunately, he is also kind of skinny. In my view, that's a distinction from the man who was on Nancy Guthrie's porch. You can tell he sort of knows about the Ring camera here himself.
You guys would just have to watch it yourself, but tell me what you guys think. The guys, Susan says, hi, Susan Burns. Good to see you. He does look familiar. Now, I don't know none of these people. I'm not from Arizona. The lunch lady has been a member for 23 months. Oh my goodness. Well, we've been together longer than 2 years, because we were 3 months before we ever got monetized. But thank you, lunch lady. You guys, this guy looks familiar to me, and not in the sense of, oh my God, I know him. He's my friend. You know, like I know his name. I've seen him before. What I'm saying is if you guys watched it on your phone and not secondhand through me showing it to you, which is really like third hand, because I'm showing it from hers. I just couldn't believe it, because it comes in clear. His eyes have the sparkle in them, his face. This is off of what's her name? Megan Kelly.
Look at that.
Megan Kelly, you guys. The Megan Kelly show on Sirius XM. But I look at this and I'm like, what the hell? Like, I was in shock. I was in shock. And like I said, I can't tell you guys when this was dropped on her show a month ago, but I had never seen this footage right here. Maybe you guys had. I don't know. But when I saw it today, I was like, oh my God, like I've seen him. I know him, in the sense of seeing his face, I feel like. Now, someone said that this has already been ruled out or whatever. If you ask me, nothing should be ruled out, but apparently it's been ruled out due to this happening the same time that Nancy was happening, or maybe it was the other video that she was talking about. I don't know. But this is too much. Too much. And I will say this, he may look skinnier, Megan, on this one, if it is the same guy that's on Nancy's porch, because we believe that the guy on Nancy's porch is actually layered up. If he's wearing more than one set of clothes, he's going to look bigger on the other one. Let's go ahead and finish playing it and find out what the experts have to say about it.
Before he manages to cover it up or do whatever he did to it, boy, oh boy, you have a pretty good headshot of him. So, Jim, there is a striking similarity between this guy and his face, at least, and what we think is behind that masked man on Nancy's porch.
And once again, as I've said about the last guy we showed and the guy
I'm going to stop it right there because Possum says, no, his head is shaped wrong. Now, I believe, Possum, the two pictures that we have of the two guys side by side, let me see if I can bring it up while having this still on my screen. I think these two guys are I think these two pictures of the side by side that the FBI gave us, that my co-host put this together side by side. I think this is two different people. Now, some people think it's the same guy, just on different nights. I think maybe it's on different nights, but I don't know that for sure. But I think they're two totally different men. So in that case, I don't know. And then I also wanted to show you guys or read what Elizabeth says here. Hi, Elizabeth. Good to see you, honey. You guys know who he is, but everyone is afraid to say. I'm not afraid to say. I think, I don't know if you're talking about the same person that I'm talking about, but I think it's tomato hot sauce guy, the son-in-law. Now, do I think it's the son-in-law on the video on the porch? No, I do not think it's him. I think he's the mastermind. But Lizzo, who is in chat right now, I think Lizzo believes that it is tomato hot sauce guy on the camera. Is that what you're talking about, Elizabeth? Because listen, nobody has to agree with us here. You can have your own opinion. You will not get blasted at all. We can all have differences of opinion. We're just going to respect the fact that everybody has the right to their own opinion, you know? That's what I believe. I believe everybody should be able to say what they want to say. Why wouldn't you? Long as you put it right and you're an adult about it, then why are we censoring what people can say or what they believe? That's just wrong. And it's wrong to attack people. I know that happens in a lot of chats. People get attacked if you don't go along exactly with what the creator is saying or what the census in chat is saying. No, that's wrong. I don't care if you have to stand by yourself for something you believe. Stand by yourself. Shoot. You ain't got no one to answer to but God himself. So you're not going to get no hate for what you believe here. Not at all. I welcome it. Elizabeth, so that's what you believe as well. Yeah. And I know a lot of people don't believe that, and that's fine. And a lot of people take offense to the fact that some of us do believe that the family is involved, and that's okay too. That's okay too. Lizzo says, I think those few speakers might have been it, but the woman JLR is interviewing is good. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just go back to it after I finish this. Liz, thank you so much for keeping an eye on that. Linda, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. The bandmate. A lot of people think the bandmate too. Lizzo's done a lot of work on that. Who's in chat right now? The bandmate. I think the person that we see on the video very well could be the bandmate. I think that the son-in-law is the mastermind behind it. I'm sorry. Linda says, I don't believe that they checked everyone out thoroughly. I don't either. And listen, we've had the sheriff, I don't know. That's what I call him. Sheriff, I don't know. You know, he came out and said, you know, we cleared this person. We cleared the family, we cleared everybody. We all know, and we've heard enough investigators say on this case, I mean, real people that work this stuff all the time and that aren't trying to sabotage anything, say nobody is ever cleared in a crime like this. Nobody is ever cleared until they're cleared, which means until we have the perp. Gia says agreed on the bandmate. That's what I think it is. Yeah, absolutely. Elizabeth, I'm glad you came in. I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough to say it, honey. You can say whatever you want to here. Not gonna be bashed at all for it. If you are, then I'll beat them up. All right, let's go on with this, because these are the experts, you guys. I'm just a lean.
Same guy we talked about yesterday. By the way, Maureen and I came up with the name Tupac for him.
This latest guy?
No, the guy from yesterday.
Oh, Pac-Man. Oh, Tupac. I get
Tupac,
it.
yeah.
Well,
anyway,
well
but
done.
this guy, yeah, there are some similarities, certainly through the eye holes. They've got to follow up on this. I would want to know how far away from Nancy's house, the exact night, the same, and the time of day, and perhaps if any other ring cameras pick this guy up along the way. He's certainly acting suspicious, like he doesn't belong there. Yeah,
There's
that's
no
a good
way he
side by side.
belongs.
No, well, of course not. I mean, unless it's an ex-girlfriend or something. Like, we just don't know that. But I'm sure the ex-girlfriend wouldn't be putting this thing out unless she wanted to, upset her ex-boyfriend. So he has to.
Don't be a dumbass. Don't be a dumbass. He doesn't belong there. Quit making excuses. He doesn't belong there. We don't care if it is his ex. She definitely don't want him there if she's an ex. All righty. Don't be a dumbass. Let's just talk about facts.
To be looked into. Facial recognition. Local sheriff deputies are going to know this guy. Most likely, someone will recognize him and say, "Hey, who is he?" If he's just a normal, street guy doing his thing, that's one thing. But if he's obviously if he's there for some other reason, that has to be determined. And if he never shows up and turns himself in, that's a clue too. So we have to get these guys identified is the bottom line, and maybe just move on from there. But without knowing who they are, their names, or where exactly they were, at 1:47 or so that Sunday morning, they got to keep him in the suspect pool.
We don't know, but somebody knows. Here's the information. The original poster of the video goes by Keen Divine online. And this was originally posted it was dated January 23rd, last month, from the neighbor's Ring camera app, not far from Nancy. Then our friend Nerdy Addict on X, he reposted it, which is where I saw it this morning. The man showed up on someone's porch, he said, around 3:30 a.m. and then returned again at 5 a.m., prompting a concerned Ring user to post about it on the neighbor app. This home.
Y'all just look at that. I'm telling you. And if this was in fact January, the end of January, this would be before Nancy was taken from her house. I mean, that's what I mean. This is crazy.
Home is roughly 6 miles south of Nancy Guthrie's house. Look at that. I mean, short of it being vertical, this guy gave us his own little mugshot. I mean, somebody should be looking into him for what, if anything, may have gone missing on that porch at a minimum. The link that the neighbor who posted it on the neighborsring.com, that post says, this guy appeared in the front yard around 3:30 a.m., then returned around 5 a.m. My dogs went crazy barking and thankfully spooked him away. I didn't answer the door. Anyone else see him in the area of 6th between Campbell and Tucson Boulevard? He's got on a light color, and now moving on to just what we see in the video for the listening audience. He has dark hair, dark facial hair, a mustache, the soul patch underneath his bottom lip. He approaches the doorway, appears to be carrying a light colored sweatshirt or jacket. He sort of oddly hunches over, we think probably trying to avoid detection on the camera, which failed with his rear end to the camera. But I mean, he's caught, his whole face is on there. He shuffles to the side, appears to try to block the camera unsuccessfully. You see his entire face. He does have more rounded eyes, and it looks a little bit like he has something on his neck, like a tattoo. It's hard to see. And he looks Hispanic to me. You can't really tell in this black and white video for sure. But I don't know. To me, still, he seems too skinny. Like the guy.
Let me just say this real quick. Hi, D. Nicolas Cage. Think not. Lizzo. I don't know if you're still in here, but that would be interesting. I wrote that down. I thought that guy did have a neck tattoo as well. We need to look up the other ones who have been their houses swatted and stuff like that. Because I'm telling you, I've seen this face before. I just don't know where. But we need to look up tattoos on the neck. So let's me and you try to work that out. Tattoo on the neck. All right, I got it written down so we can check it out and see if we can connect any dots. I mean, listen, I'm not no investigator, and I'm not any smarter than anybody else. And the police, you know, they got all kind of training that I don't. So I'm sure they've already done it. But y'all, I have to find out for myself. We live in an AI world, and we got a sheriff I don't know that's a freaking idiot over there. Who knows? Who knows if they even checked it out? But I'll check it out. Liz will check it out. We'll find out.
Who was at Nancy's for sure, to me looks slightly huskier than this guy and huskier than Tupac. And now let's see.
I'm 60, but apparently I'm aging in reverse. Everyone thinks I'm 50, thanks to this pants. Introducing Linen Glam, top one work to weekend pants for women over 50. Woven from all season.
Yes, this is somebody on the Nerdy Addict thread. Chuppa Jones points out, notice how he uses the same hand to block the camera, then almost seemingly instinctively does the same little crouch down to the left motion as the abductor, or as the maskless guy, as Tupac, he's saying, as Tupac does in the video. It's like he's reaching for something that isn't there. A lot of speculation about whether this is the same guy. Any thoughts on all of that? Because this is somebody who was in the area. He came back an hour and a half later. I mean, this is very suspicious. And by the way, we think Nancy's abductor may have come back. You know, he approached that door more than once. We at least think that because he didn't have the backpack on in that one shot, Maureen.
Right. I think you're right about this guy. He's got those large eyes, and he's got those eyebrows that are perfectly arched at the bottom, and he's got the right facial hair around his mouth. I wish I could see the mouth a little bit better.
Yeah, because the perpetrator at Nancy's house has thick lips.
That were perfectly calm the whole time. I mean, there are people that can't pick up a plate or turn a doorknob without making some sort of, tightening up their face in some way, shape, or form. But that person on Nancy's porch just was calm as a cucumber the whole time. I do see a similarity, as you pointed out, about how calm this person is, this new video, the way he just saunters around, and he's hunched over. He seems to be a bit taller, and I would agree a bit thinner, but we don't know that right now. Maybe we can get that team out on the front porch to measure all that, but I don't see this person standing up straight. Does it say, or did it mention at all if this person in this newest video was seen at other houses in the area, or just that one particular?
Okay, did not say that. And I mean, one notable distinction is he did not wear a ski mask. So if that was a crime, unlike Tupac or Pac-Man, who was just who looked like he had just committed a crime. This is just my own supposition, or might be about to. So, and was in an area where the crime didn't appear to be happening. It seemed to be more like where he was stashing something. Could be totally reasonable explanation for his behavior. Should note that for the record. This guy was in the midst of something that looked sketchy, like on the porch. And he was not wearing the face mask, unlike Nancy's abductor, who did have the face mask. But this is where I want to bring in the latest sketch from this world famous sketch artist, you guys, because I'm hold in your head, and I'll put it back on the board too when we get to it. The picture of Porch Man, okay? The new Porch Man, unmasked Porch Man. There's a very famous forensic artist named Lois Gibson, and she's now in her 70s. She's retired Houston PD forensic artist, and she is the forensic artist. So you are the victim of crime, you go in, you speak with Lois about what you saw, try to remember what he looked like, and she can translate your memory into a picture. She actually holds the Guinness World Record for most successful forensic artist. On her website, she credits her near-death experience as the victim of a serial rapist/killer as the reason she's so passionate about catching criminals. She's got a very interesting personal story, and her website states that her sketches have helped identify more than 751 criminals. So this woman's pretty badass. Now, she talked with the Guinness Book of World Records when she was honored about how she helps crime victims remember faces, because she said so many of them will come in and say, I didn't see the face. I don't know. And just listen to Lois here.
I've had witnesses that were screaming, I never saw the face. They screamed, they never saw the face. Well, here's 2 tricks. Number 1 is you ask them, what kind of hair did they have? And everybody remembers hair. I mean, human beings are obsessed with hair. That's why high school's so hard. And then the other trick you use, if they are sure, they say, no, I never saw the face, is you talk about something else, you become very nice to them, and you ponder the character of the person that attacked them, and then you say, what kind of expression did he have? If they answer that, they saw the face.
It's very clever, right?
Yeah,
so
I like her approach.
Yeah, her whole demeanor is good. So she took a shot at coming up with a sketch based on Nancy's abductor, based on the mask. Like,
Wow.
She took a look at his masked face, and here it is. For listening audience, it looks like a Hispanic man. He looks, forgive me, kind of handsome. A good head of hair, the black mustache sort of right down into a goatee that doesn't have hair all out throughout the chin, just a line of it going down the sides of his little mouth and down into like a devil beard, with the soul patch connected with a little devil beard, but not a pointed beard. He has a nice nose. He's got a little age on his face. I'd say this man here is late 30s, and he's got the eyes that you see in the actual photo from Nancy's ring cam, Nest Cam, in that the sides of the eyes, the outside end of the eyes, go maybe ever so slightly upward. You know, they tilt almost a little bit upward at the.
Sorry, guys, I have to stop it every now and then and commentate, or else I could lose my channel. Hello, golly gee, Willikers Wayne. Whew, that's a whole mouthful. He was wearing a full cover mask, honey. I know he was wearing a full mask. What color was his hair and what it looked like? Well, we could tell by his eyebrows that he's probably, and his eyelashes, he's probably got the dark hair. Hi, Jay. Hi, baby. Hi. John says, Megyn Kelly is a witch. Charlie Kirk did not want war in Iran and wanted the Epstein files released. Well, thank you for that, John. And I appreciate you coming in here. That's not what we're covering today. But thank you for your comment there. This is the first time we've ever watched Megyn Kelly on my program, and it was only due to this. I'm not a huge fan for my own reasons. That's just how it is. But I found this interesting that I discovered today, and so I wanted to bring it to y'all. Deputy, hello. Yahoo forces a break. Didn't know that. I don't know what that means, honey. But anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. We guys do me a favor and hit the like. That's all I ever ask. Shut up, Nana. We'll talk about whatever we want. My name's not Nana, it's Leanie. Second of all, you don't tell me to shut up, and you can leave. Stage right. All right, so let's get back to this. Y'all, when I first saw this picture, the very first picture I saw was the one down in the left-hand corner in the bottom. And I saw those eyes and I was like, oh my God, that's a girl. They've got the prettiest eyes. This is okay, that's Rapper and he has to go. Pausing the video. Oh, well, I don't know, because I know Megyn Kelly does have a YouTube channel as well, Deputy. And I don't know. So I just don't want to take the chance. So that's why I do it. I'm sorry. I know it's annoying. It's annoying as fuck when people do that. So I'm sorry. But I did want to say, I remember seeing the picture and I thought, oh my God, that's a woman. The eyes are so beautiful. And so I know some people still think that it is a woman. I don't believe that it's a woman anymore, but whoever it is, y'all, seriously, this guy does have some beautiful eyes. John says Megyn Kelly has no credibility in my book, and I don't believe anything she says or anything about the Guthrie case since Patel showed up in Arizona. They say you anything. You're welcome to your opinion, and I appreciate that. And you're welcome to stick around or not. Thank you for the view. Either way, I appreciate it. And that's no woman, Cecilia says. Right. No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying the very first picture I ever saw, which was the one in the lower left-hand corner, just basically of the eyes and the little bit of mouth that was shown. I was like, oh my God, those eyes are a woman's eyes because they're so beautiful. So we'll just keep going with this, guys. If you don't like Megyn Kelly, I understand. Like I said, this is the one and only time I've ever played her. I won't say I won't ever play her again. If I find something that she says that's interesting, then I'm going to bring it to my channel. And this, for the first time, I saw it's been put out over a month ago, but I never saw it because I'm not on Sirius XM. But I saw this guy on this porch and I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Media Cash Patel, this come right out after he arrived. All right, John. So let's just let all that go. Okay. Cause I'm not talking about that right now. Can we just talk about this case and not political? Jess, hello. If he has a flashlight in his mouth, that's DNA put everywhere they touch afterwards. Jesse, you are right on it. That's exactly what we've all said. And yet the mat and the weeds were left right there, the things that he touched and walked all over and probably spit on. Sue says, so who knows this guy? Does anyone know? I need to know. This case needs to be solved ASAP. Sue, I just found it when I started this live this morning. I mean, I just found it. And I was like, oh my God. So I have not done any research to see if the police have looked into him or whatever, but I will later. I just wanted to go live with what I have right now. Thank you so much, Gia. I appreciate that. So much. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep going with this, guys.
Outside, there's no hood on those eyelids. This guy does not need the plastic surgery that gets rid of the upper eyelid. And we were told yesterday by law enforcement, FBI, that's what they were doing on Nancy's porch with that tent, as Jim and Maureen said. They were figuring out how tall the perp was, and they now said 5'9" to 5'10". So this guy doesn't look particularly large in stature in the way she's showing him in her sketch that she came up with. And just before I get it to you guys to weigh in on, I'm going to give you one more thing on Lois Gibson. She's solved all these cases, or helped solve. And one of the best was this case of a non-fatal shooting of a cop named Officer Paul Deason. She tells the story. We actually pulled it. This is again in her interview with the Guinness Book. Who knew the Guinness Book of World Records was doing on-camera interviews, by the way? She tells the story about how she helped catch Officer Paul Deason's shooter. Watch this.
So I had an officer that was shot in the head and shot in the back and run over and drug under a car. Officer Paul Deason was patrolling one night, and he didn't realize the guy that he stopped to just give a regular ticket was an escape convict. His name was Donald Eugene Dutton. So Don Dutton, as soon as he gets stopped by Paul Deason, he jumps out of his car and he shoots Paul in the head and in the back. Paul twirls around and falls down unconscious on the ground. So Don Dutton got back in the car and on purpose ran over Paul, Officer Deason, and it drug him down the street about 60 feet. So Paul is so tough, he gets up and walks back to his radio and calls in his own assist and was semi-unconscious. And he told me, I didn't remember his face. I didn't see his face. I only saw the flash of the gun. So I talked about other things and said, Paul, you're going to live. You're going to be okay. And I said, what kind of expression did he have? And I'll never forget, he said he looked like a shark, like he didn't care about anything at all. And inside my mind, I'm going, yeehaw, because that means he remembered the face. Anyway, Officer Deason swears he doesn't remember doing the sketch with me because I talked to him years later and I've got it hanging on my wall. They released the sketch. 3 days later, Don Dutton was caught trying to shoplift a chainsaw from a Sears. When he was arrested for the shoplifting incident, 2 of the guys at the jail thought he looked like my sketch. So they held an in-hospital room video lineup for Paul Deason, and he picked him out. And then they went to the parking lot of the shoplifting scene, and they found a car with pieces of Paul's skin and uniform hanging from the undercarriage. So he for sure did it. And I went to trial, and he got life in prison, and Paul reached over across the bench and kissed me on the cheek.
Incredible story. And
That
like for the
is.
listening audience, her sketch of the perp there, Don, is identical. Guys, look at that. Look
Agreed.
at that. It's as if
Sharp
she was
eyes.
working off of the photograph of this man. But when she drew that sketch on the left, she had never seen his face. She had a cop who didn't think he had seen his face, a cop who'd suffered massive trauma. So you'd have to really question whether he remembered anything you could be relied on for a description. It is as if she drew the photograph. So we do need to take Lois seriously when she puts this sketch together and says, I took a shot. And here's what she wrote on X. I guessed at the parts of the face covered with the ski mask on this Nancy Guthrie kidnapping suspect. I used the surveillance photos shown. I spent 43 years at the job trying to help detectives with similar photos. Only things somewhat sure are eyes and part of lips/mustache. I'll take the hit if I'm drastically wrong. Don't criticize, do your own. So Lois is like, she's not taking guff from anybody. She's throwing down. It was a bold thing for her to do because she knows she could be wrong. I take her very seriously, and not for nothing, but let's just compare her sketch to Porch Man from last night.
Something's wrong.
Pretty good. I mean, it's pretty damn good. I got to say, for the listening audience, it's eerily similar. Like, do they not have to seriously investigate this latest Porch Man? Jim?
Well, I'd be curious if Lois saw this latest Porch Man, as we'll call him. I don't think so from what you said. And
No,
it's not
because
gonna
this
be-
came out yesterday, and this
Oh,
latest
okay.
guy, this hit today.
Fine. Well, you're not going to hear Jim Fitzgerald on Megyn Kelly's show say, don't incorporate this sketch into the investigation. This is obviously a positive lead. And by the way, it's refreshing to see sketch artists who actually draw their composite sketches as opposed to using software. The software is okay, but I really like seeing the artist. It's a true art, not to use that word over again. Lots and lots of practice is needed. You have to be a very good listener, and you have to know how to interact with people. Obviously, she's not doing that in this case. So I would say very much this sketch is worth putting out. I will add this caveat, though, and I put some of these pointers out a few days ago with you, Megyn. It's this guy may have changed his identity since the abduction itself, but certainly since the video went out, even with the skull mask on. So look at the base. I would tell the public, look at the basic features in this composite sketch, but don't get thrown off, without the goatee, mustache, whatever. But just think, did this guy have it before? If he wore this most of his life, whatever, or certainly in the last few years, all of a sudden it came off in the last week or so, call the FBI tip line.
Red alert. I mean,
Yeah.
Maureen, this woman's got a lifetime of figuring out what does someone look like without being shown what they look like, by just being given a few clues, a few remembrances. And here, I mean, I would argue the face masked subject is probably even easier to work off of than someone's memory, because you can see things like face shape and some facial hair, and the eyes are everything.
Right. But if the face mask is tight, it can smash down the nose considerably. But I'm not going to argue with this lady either. I mean, she's legit. She's done the job. She's succeeded at it over and over and over. So, but I would agree with Fitz that let's not limit our imaginations to what this person will or will not look like. They'll definitely be on edge. They're going to be, they're going to be freaking out. But this whole where we are now is just like another dip or rise in this roller coaster called the Nancy Guthrie case. This is just unprecedented.
It's sad because here we are, it's now getting extremely unlikely that Nancy is still alive because the family told us she can't survive without her critical meds. And, it's possible they just said that in order to engender sympathy with the kidnapper. Like, this is about to turn into a murder, in case you didn't know that or didn't plan that. But here we are almost 2 weeks later and we still don't have her. And they said they'd been checking the hospitals to see if anybody had like popped in to try to get meds. And at least the initial search suggested no. Go ahead, Maureen.
With regard to the meds, my mother-in-law was put on hospice because it was during COVID and she was in assisted living, and they said, we're taking her off all of her meds for whatever reason. And we don't expect her to last long. We don't think she can last long without all this heart medication, everything, right? They took her off the meds. She lasted another couple of years and she felt better than she felt while she was on the meds. So that gives me a little bit of hope. We have to work this case. Law enforcement has to work this case like she's alive. It's the only way to work this. And that's why tensions run high. That's why the stakes are so high, is because everyone's trying to believe she's going to come home.
Everyone else must be living in 2050 because I feel like I'm the only one that didn't know eye drops aren't the only way to relieve dry eyes. And that.
Well, I mean, Jim, you know as well as I do that these sketches, they can be really good. I mean, they can be great, like Lois. They can be not as great. I mean, the Unabomber sketch is the most famous or infamous sketch in the world. Everybody knew the Unabomber by his police sketch for the vast majority. I bet, in fact, when you say Unabomber, I think people think of the police sketch more than they think of the actual image of Ted Kaczynski once you guys got him. I can't really look. I'm looking at it now. Can I really say this sketch artist nailed Ted Kaczynski? I don't know. I mean, it shows him with the hoodie and the sunglasses. And then you see him later with his crazy mane of hair and his crazy beard. I'm not sure. There have been others. There was one, the Night Stalker, a serial killer in San Francisco Bay Area, LA, April 84 through August of 85. He killed at least 15 people. We're showing his sketch on the board right now. That's not bad. That one's not bad at all. Police had released one of these to the media and he was caught later, but that one's not bad. The one of Dennis Rader, BTK. I don't know. You tell me what you think.
It's not going to identify him with his family or friends,
No,
unfortunately.
not great.
You could rule some people out. It'll be tough to rule someone in based on that composite right there. But they tried.
Let me show you
That's
one
all they
other.
can do.
Here's Son of Sam, David Berkowitz, who terrified us all in 1977, 1 year in New York City. And let me tell you, growing up in upstate New York during that time, everybody knew who Son of Sam was. This one actually got a lot of criticism after he was caught because they ripped on the sketch artist. I think it's actually pretty good, not knowing, for somebody who's never seen him before, but the face is a lot thinner than Berkowitz really was. Like, Berkowitz was fat. He was kind of chubby.
Fat, and he had that receding hairline that the sketch just looks like some guy with perfect hair versus.
And the sketch shows a nose that looks like, I don't know, it's like more wide at the bottom with wider nostrils and a thinner bridge. And Berkowitz's nose it looks more Italian to me. Like, it doesn't look the same down at the bottom, and the lips don't look the same. I mean, it bears a resemblance, I think it's fair to say, but so I don't know, like, they're hit or miss basically.
But let me add here, all this stuff is good and important, but this opens up another door for us that I was hesitant to get into for the last week or so. I think we touched on it yesterday. Why is this guy now on the porch of someone else a week before or so, 5 miles away? And what is the problem with that? And was this a mission-oriented project, which I thought it was all along, to kidnap Mrs. Guthrie? And we'll rule out Tupac from last night, but this guy does look good. Is this now a random sort of act of violence, an abduction there? And then that even strengthens more now that the kidnapping part, the raising the money for ransom is even more specious and not connected at all to the actual abduction. So why is this guy a week beforehand going on someone else's? That's why I asked yesterday, was the address very similar or one block away? The police go to wrong houses sometimes when they're doing search warrants, and that's a bad thing. And FBI's done it too. So this just opens up this other door. I hate to use the word meaningless, but like almost motiveless. And everything we put into this, all my experience, Maureen's, could this just be some rando walking down the street? Why he puts on the mask, for Nancy's abduction and not a week before, because maybe he did this surveillance before, looked in the window. Hey, there's this old lady by herself. I see a camera. So if this is directed to kidnap her, why go to some other place a week before?
Y'all, I'm gonna call it right there. I don't think this thing with Nancy was a random thing. I just don't. No, you don't. Can you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me? Because this all just YouTube API issues. Can you let me know if you guys can even still hear me, please, if I'm still live on here, because I just got a weird thing that I never seen pop up on my screen before. That was weird. Hi everybody, thank you guys so much for being here. Will you do me a favor? Will you hit the thumbs up for me? Thank you guys. All right, so I'm just gonna, I wanted to stop it right there because I know that just like me, all of us put out there, I mean, if you're trying to be fair, you put out there things that could be, and it doesn't even mean that you necessarily believe it, because some of the things that I put out there, because I'm trying to be fair, I don't necessarily believe. But does it take it out of the realm of possibility because I don't believe it? No. So I get what he's doing, but I just don't think, I don't know if y'all do, that this could just be a random thing. Why would, if it was random, why would they be talking about at least 2 different dates that they were supposed to be looking at the ring cam video from? Why would there be 2 different dates? Why do we have 2 different pictures that Kash Patel put out? Now we know one of them came from the video as a still, but we don't know where the other picture, that he doesn't have the backpack or the gun. We don't know. I mean, a lot of us believe those are 2 different nights. I believe it's 2 different men, 2 different nights, but what the hell do I know? I just do YouTube. But anyways, I don't believe, I can't believe, and I won't even entertain the thought that this was just a random, they went by the house, looked in the window, saw Nancy, hey, what would be the point? There was nothing, they say that there was nothing taken at the house, right? He went in with a full backpack, you guys. He went in with a full backpack. So that tells me that he wasn't going to steal anything. If you're going to bring anything into a house that you want to steal from, it will be empty so you can fill your backpack up with their shit, so that we know of. Nothing was missing. Not even her shoes, by God, were missing, right? I believe that this was a hit. It's got all of the markings of being a hit for whatever reason. What, somebody wanted her gone, she knew too much, she had too much, somebody wanted what she had, wanted to shut her up. I don't understand the motive yet. I think I understand the motive. I think it was money driven because I do believe her son-in-law is the mastermind behind it, but I don't know that for sure. And I do believe that that it was a bandmate that we're seeing on the video. I don't believe it's the son-in-law we seen on the video. I mean, he can't be that stupid. But I do believe he's the one that has something to do with it. Good to see you guys here. Thank you so much for being here. Will you just hit the thumbs up for me? I appreciate it so much. They wrapped her up and removed her, JB says. Leanie is talking. Patricia, it is Leanie, owner of the channel. What? I didn't even see a Patricia, sorry. Oh, I see it. I don't know who you are, but I hear you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's just weird. Something popped up from YouTube and I had never seen that before. It took over the whole screen and was telling me that YouTube creators are having trouble with this or that or the other. I don't know. But it looked like it may have stopped the stream. So that's what I was worried about. A female accomplished deputy. Listen, a lot of people believe that. A lot of people believe that there's a female involved in this. I don't know. Wild Angel, that's what the perps probably wanted. People to think that way. It just steers people away from finding the actual people. Ann's Place trying to make it hard, or trying hard to make sure his mask will be seen. It makes one think it's family. Jay says, why have the other daughter and husband not given an interview? Good question. Good question. April says, I wondered if they meant to get the home and that had all the gyms for the gym show. We covered that a couple of times on here, April, about that. And in my book, it doesn't have anything to do with it. I tried to make it fit into my working theory, and it just doesn't. I mean, I could go into it, but I'm trying to stay on task as to why I think that would not work at all. And let me just give you this real quick. They're talking about 2 different dates, right? The 11th, and then 2 weekends later, they're talking about the night that she went missing, which was 2 weekends later. So people have asked me, well, Leanie, do you think that it had to do with the gym show, that they actually robbed the wrong house? And I said no, because obviously if they're working with the 11th and 2 weeks later, the night of the 29th, 30, 31st, I'm losing track of time, but I know it was 2 weekends later. Then if you're going to case the joint, you know exactly which house you're going to. That's just my opinion. And also, if they were going in for the gym show to rob it, again, why did they have a backpack full? April says, I wondered if they meant to get, okay, got it. Sue says, TLC, when did JLR find clothes and the knee brace behind Mrs. G house? Yes, I'd like to know a source and when that was. The day before he left. Which time? Which time? I didn't hear that. I haven't been watching JLR. Sorry. You know, he has a mouth like Freddie Mercury. I thought so too. He's got those lips, those prominent lips. Karen Cat, hello, says it's not random. We know. Yeah. Jay says dead or alive, she was leaving that house. I agree. I think it was a hit. TLC says they were waiting for her because they didn't take her nightly meds. Maybe he hired his bandmate. Yes. Sue, I think Porch Guy looks a lot like Tom's bandmate. Jay says, I think she was taken for money and accidentally died in the process. They thought they would get paid right away. Michelle says, he's a gambler. He could owe somebody gambling money. I don't necessarily think so, but that's a thought. Yes, absolutely. And other people have thought that as well. Patricia says, Annex, thank you so much. I don't know the voice again. Oh, okay. Sorry. Dominic or Daly. Yep. Hi, Pamela. Good to see you, Love Bug. Thank you for coming in. Lynn, it's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Could have been someone in the restaurant that Nancy, Ann, and Mom went to. Yes. And even we know the FBI went there and talked to them, right? They went back to that restaurant. Yep, show did. Sue says, so who thinks porch guy is not a guy at all? Could porch guy be a woman? I think it's a guy. I don't think that it is a woman. But I'm not saying a woman wasn't involved. In the beginning, I thought it was a woman just because I had only seen the eyes. But once I saw the body, I was like, no. So hello, Linda. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. January 11th and the 24th. Thank you so much. Y'all, when you got so many names and numbers in your head, trying to recall things on the spot sometimes is difficult for me. That just shows you what a novice I really am. Well, during the 11th, there was men working around the area, right, Cecilia? And we know that they now are focusing, or they were last week, focusing on going around and talking to construction guys. But like Brian Enton had reported, that some of the people weren't wanting, they don't want to talk because, let's just face it, a lot of those people are illegal here, and there's a lot going on in our country. And people who are illegal here, especially around that area, they're nervous. And very rightly so be. Possum says, I thought ring cam rolled over every 3 days. The other night we went over that, right, Possum? So it's every 3 hours is when, and that wasn't a ring, that was the Nest. Remember, we looked it all up. And so the Nest camera without the subscription, if you guys go back and look at my last video or last live that I did, I went in length on what the Nest camera actually does and what you get if you don't pay a subscription versus what service you get for the subscription. And you guys, there's only 3 differences in not having a subscription versus having a subscription. And I believe now, because everybody was saying they have so much money, why didn't they just have a subscription? Why is it? Well, if you go back and you research, or just go back to my live from the last time I was live, which was, I want to say Thursday or Friday night. If you go back and you look at it, you guys, there's the 3 things you could actually live without. The main difference is that instead of it being the whole time being stored in the cloud, it only collects 3 hours of it and then it resets itself. But now we know that even though it resets itself, if you know enough about electronics and surveillance and stuff like that, you can still pull it from the cloud, because it says for the Nest camera, if you are not a subscriber and you don't have a service going to it, that it will collect 3 hours of data. So say I walked up on the porch, right? It would automatically turn on to that, right? And then it would turn off. And then say a raccoon walked up 4 hours later, right? So then it's going to record that. For 3 hours, it will just pop on and record what's there, throws it in the cloud, and then 3 hours later, it resets itself. So it's not like you can watch continuously a video, which is what 221, God bless my daughter, which is what happened, because they didn't have it. So they couldn't just go push rewind to that day. It was only doing it in 3 hour increments. And it's not like a video. For the most part, it is like thumbnails, but apparently some of it is video. But in my last live that I did, we totally broke that down. We went through all of it. I showed you guys exactly what cameras they had, where they were on the house, how they were all linked together, if they were all Google and all bought together, which I wouldn't understand if you were going to have all of that. Let's just say she had a Google Watch, or an iWatch. We know that. We know she had an iPhone. We know that the Nest camera on her porch, that is put out by Google as well. So the other surveillance that was around her home, there's no reason not to buy that all in a bundled package through Google and have them control everything and monitor everything, right? So It's really interesting. I broke that down and deep dived it for you guys on my last live. It had to be someone who knew the landscape very well, because at night you're on another planet, pitch black, which actually helps the criminals. Right. And one night we were watching JLR and he was following these people wherever the SWAT was at that night. These people told him, we could take you around to the other side, and you'll be closer and you'll be able to kind of see the house. And so JLR almost went right off a cliff, you guys, right there on his live. He was driving because trying to keep up with those people who knew the area, and he almost went right off. Oh my gosh. Oh, terrifying, terrifying. April says, yeah, they were hauling things out of her house a few days ago. I'm surprised they aren't waiting to find her to move her stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And April, you know, I didn't know that until this morning, because like I said, this was a very busy weekend. And so last night was actually the first I had been able to do any catch up. So I knew I had to go live today on this. And I probably will do a live later on tonight at some point as well. Dominic, they borrowed $65K. TLC says it's a guy. Patricia, that's me. Sorry. No, I'm so glad you guys are here. How can Annie and Tom afford that house they're in? Good question, Jay. So that was brought up as well a couple of times. Like, you know, the night that Nancy went missing, we know she went to dinner over at Annie and tomato hot sauce dude's house, right? Did she tell him, look, you know, I'm done funding. I'm done. And did she piss him off? Or did she tell him that prior, and that's how tomato hot sauce dude decided, well, she's worth more dead than alive, and, you know, had a little bit of time to recruit, you know, his croonies. That's what I call them, his dummies to do the job. The Paula Project. When you join a secret society, you must make a personal sacrifice. All major celebrities have sacrificed either a family member or a child to be famous. Unfortunately, I'm having to learn that. Did a lot of research on that yesterday in the car with my son and my husband going over to Ohio. Couldn't believe the stuff they were telling me. I had to tell them, please be quiet. Please be quiet. Sue wants to know, TLC, do you have proof of Dom borrowing $65K? Where did you hear that? How do you know this? Yes, you guys, if you have anything like that, will you please drop sources in the chat and we can look them up ourselves too? Because if not, it just becomes a theory, right? It just becomes hearsay. Wild Angel gifted a membership. Thank you so much for that. If you received a membership, please do me a favor and thank Wild Angel for that. TLC says they disconnected it. Thought the son-in-law from the start. How I don't know. I always thought it too. It's way more frequent than that. You can set it that way. There's like a different stage for amount of days. No, there's only, okay, so you can only set it if you have a subscription, if you're paying for the service. They weren't paying for the service. So you get what you get. We deep dived it. I promise. Go look at it. That there is a celebrity involved is suspicious. That's true. Deletes the ones before it. I have the blink system. I can set it to leave all of the images up to 30 days at a time. Thought son-in-law from the start. Yeah, I think 3 people total. Tomasco, Dominic, and Daly. I think I know for sure 2, and I'm thinking possibly 3. Well, I guess if you can, I'm saying I think 2 were on the property, and I believe that tomato hot sauce dude, son-in-law, is the mastermind. Maybe porch guy's an alien. Michelle, you got to get a whipping. You got to get a whipping, girl. You know I'm not considering that. Playing with me. Anna B, good to see you, love bug. I know you had to say it, girl. You know I get so aggravated. Listen, what my family puts me through, all them suspicious of every, oh God, it's terrible to live with people that are so suspicious of everything. April says, so I've heard that the only blood on the front porch, others have said inside there was blood also. So which is it? So we've heard quite a few things, right? Nancy Gray said that the bedroom was bloody. Banfield said that the living room was bloody. And then the last thing we got was that the house was in impeccable shape and there was only blood right on the inside of the front door. Now, when this first happened, and we saw the blood on the outside, I said, look, if there's blood on the outside, there's blood on the inside. So how much, we just don't know. Don't know. So many people talking. I don't think it's coincidence about Derek Kalila called Annie and Tomasco about ransom money without any connection, especially when both of them performed under the same music organizer. That's right. That's right. I think Derek Kalila, I think there's plenty of people that know about it. And I think Kalia could actually be the one. Let me just put it this way, Liz. This is what I think. If he actually is involved in it, I think he'll sing. I think he'll take a plea because he's under federal charges now. I mean, you cannot you can't do ransom notes. I mean, that's a federal offense. So, I mean, will he be the one to sing and get a lighter sentence? If he doesn't, one or two things. If he is involved and he doesn't sing, it's because he's scared somebody's going to get him on the inside and kill him. Or he wasn't involved. But I don't believe in many coincidences. Jess says, still, if that was my mom, I would be linked to the camera and get the same live notifications of everything. Jess agreed. Someone had the key to get in, so sister-in-law maybe unlocked it for them. She was standing when walking out of the house because there's drops of blood, right? So either that or thrown over his shoulder. I'm not sure which one. Mike H., good to see you, honey. Apparently big tech keeps everything all the time. I believe that as well. I'm so glad I got to be in your chat. You are great, and I love Megan. Oh, that's so nice, TLC. Thank you so much. That's really, really nice. Thank you. Ann's Place, it was good to see you. I completely forgot to make tomorrow's video ready. All right, girlfriend, have a good day. Thank you for coming in. Megan, are you still here? Lizzo, he probably thinks he's going to get a better, yes, Liz, yes. Think he's going to get a better sentence. Josh, good to see you. Is this woman in pink? No, that's not AI. That's Megan Kelly. Yeah, she is hot. That's for sure. Deputy says, sadly, I think it is now a recovery, not a rescue. I agree. I think it's been a recovery for a long time. TLC, I have a feeling they will sell it for the money. Anna B says, very well. Thank you. Hope you're too. Patty, good to see you. Thank you for coming in, love bug. They borrowed money from Nancy, and the second time she said no, TLC says. Mike says, do we know everything about Nancy besides she takes Ubers and likes to play games and go to church? Well, we do. All right, so Lizzo and Maggie, my co-host and Maggie's co-host, when this first happened, you guys, we were doing 2 lives a day. I was going live at nighttime. My co-host Maggie and her co-host Lizzo was going live during the day. And I mean, we were covering every inch of it. So Lizzo would know more about Nancy's life because they dug deep. They got deep into it. And there's a whole thing there about that. All right, I'm trying to get caught up. Patty says, I'm sorry, God forgive me, but I thought the son-in-law, if I'm wrong, please, God forgive me. Patty, I'm praying that same prayer too, honey. And I'm going to tell you right now, Patty, I struggle with saying that because I don't like making family members victims, but I mean, I've been obsessed with this and I just can't find anything that takes him out of the equation. And I want to be so wrong. And believe me, if I am wrong, I will be the first person to say it. I hope I am wrong, but I will apologize publicly. Where do I subscribe? God, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I think you have to go to my channel to subscribe. I don't, do you think, I do think it will be solved. I do. I think it's going to take getting Nanos out of the way, because I just think I can't pinpoint it, you guys, and I can't prove it. And I hope I'm wrong, but I think something is being done deliberately to not solve this case. Now I'm wondering, now just work with me here on this, and I'm just theorizing. I personally think that something has to do with the sheriff that is keeping this case from being solved. I think it could have already been solved. But I'm wondering if it is at this point, if it is political, because we know that they got a petition going, and they went before the board this morning to get Nanos removed as sheriff and to have a new vote to get a new sheriff in, right? Will they be able to do it to get him out with an open investigation such as this? I don't know enough about politics or how that works, but I'm wondering, is it possible that Nanos is preventing, holding back and preventing things to have been done to slow the case from being solved, to keep him in office longer? Because isn't he supposed to stay in office until 2028? That's only two more years, you guys. But yes, I do think it'll be solved. Do I ever think they're going to find her body? No. I think her body was in the Mexican desert, and by now you could already imagine. You don't need me to tell you what I believe happened there. Why in the world would he hurt your mother-in-law? So sad for the money. Yes, I feel the same about what people are saying. God, please forgive me if I'm wrong. Me too, Patty. It's scary. It's scary. Cecilia says maybe it was someone from church. Did they look into that? A lot of people have asked that. Have they looked into the lady who she was going to their house? Can't be sure and hope I'm wrong. Subscribing is right on top. Thank you, Trish. Good to see you, Love Bug. I think you just hit the 3 dots on the top, and then, or I don't know, but thank you for wanting to sub. I appreciate it. Hi, Nancy. Good to see you, Love Bug. Your subscription button fell off. I've never chatted before. Deputy, have you not? Come on down here. You're welcome here anytime. I'm so glad that you're chatting here. Listen, everybody's welcome to chat here. And you don't have to agree with me at all. I'll never blast you for that. I appreciate you guys giving me something else to think about. Giving me, because I've got my own working theories, right? And sometimes, like when people come at me with aliens or Donald Trump, I'm like, nah, that piece of the puzzle doesn't fit in mine. Here, you take it. It might fit in yours. But sometimes you guys give me your opinion on something, and I'm like, wait a second. I didn't think about that. That might fit. And I obsess over it. Cecilia says, maybe it's a relative of Nanos. Maybe. They said if he retires, it'll be the easiest way. Right, but he's still got 2 years. That's 2 years of this going even colder. Patty says, me too, because I'm not his judge. Yes, God is. And if the family sees forgive. Yeah, I know what you're saying, girl. It's hard. It is hard. But I mean, honestly, when it comes to these kind of crimes, we know that 98 or 99% of crimes such as this is a family member or someone close to the family. That's so scary to think that we live in a world like that, you guys, where we have to actually worry about the family. It's so real. April says, I hope they can remove him. Something just off with the case. I agree. I agree. Or Nanos knows. Right. That's right. Thanks. Yeah, I think her body is buried somewhere in Mexico, or sadly, and I hate to say this, it's screwed, but maybe they took care of her body in a different way. Listen, it is sad to say, and it is morbid, but you know what? We are 221. God bless my daughter. We are an adult channel, and we all obviously watch true crime. And we know how this works in other cases, and we know how evil people can be. And we have to be real, and that's a real possibility. Jay says, do you guys think that Savannah is suspicious of her sister and her brother-in-law? I'm not sure, but I will say this. Maybe that's the reason why she went back to work already, to put distance between them and her not to have to put a stiff upper lip on anymore. Maybe the feds told her, hey, go to work, get away from them. We don't need you here anymore. Now we need to watch them. Don't know. It's so possible. JLR said clothes were there all day and then they came. Nanos is a joke. Just like the clothes waiting all day. I hope the FBI has the clothes now. Pardon me. Sorry, y'all. It's always political because sheriffs are politicians. You're right, Jay. You're right. The family had nothing to do with the kidnapping. Jerry, welcome. Thank you for coming in. And listen, honey, you are completely welcome to that thought. There's a lot of people that doesn't think that the family has anything to do with it. And I pray they don't. I pray I'm wrong. So you're welcome. You're welcome to think that, and you're welcome to voice it. Anybody. Listen, y'all don't have to agree with me at all. I won't blast you for it. I'm just grateful to have people to talk to about it. That's all. It's good to see everybody in chat today. I'm here because it's an intelligent presentation. Oh my God. I got to screenshot that. Lizzo, did you hear what Deputy said? It's an intelligent presentation. Who knew? Oh my God, you guys. That brings tears to my eyes because I'm real crazy and silly and dumb most of the time. But I have fun here. Oh my gosh. Thank you for saying that. So nice. And TMZ got 2 more notes since Savannah's been at work right the very day. Jesse says, sorry, I'm behind the story. What's the most popular theory here? There's so many, Jesse, but I will say this. I think the most people do believe in some sort of way the son-in-law has something to do with it. But that doesn't mean that we're right. It doesn't. And I think the theory is that most people hope that they are wrong, because nobody wants to believe that you could do that to your family member, right? But I've got to say, just about every person that I've heard say, that they believe it to be the family, has always said, they hope they're wrong, including myself. Thank you guys so much. That's so nice of you. Lizzo says extortion. You run an awesome live. April says involving those in chat. Love it. Oh, I love chat. Listen, sometimes you guys, I'll just go live. I don't only do true crime. Now I guess I can say I do true crime too. But sometimes I'll just sit in my living room, turn on my camera, and just have heart to hearts. And I'm just talking to you guys because, it's nice. It's nice to find out about people. And my favorite thing to do, I'm usually a quiet person in life. To tell you the truth, I really am. I'm a people watcher, and I'm a listener, and I'll sit there and I just listen and listen and listen because I can't get enough of people's stories. I just can't. I love learning about different lives that people have led that are different than mine. And I don't know. I feel like a sponge and I can't get enough, if that makes any sense. And I've always been that way. I've always been so inquisitive about everything. I mean, I'm a Leo, y'all. I was born August, but I don't feel like that's why I don't put any stock in that. Plus, my mother-in-law always makes me feel like a bad person because I'm a Leo. So, but that's a different story that's for the more personal stuff, you know. That's for the lives where I turn on my camera and we sit over there and we watch my sexy stove or my dogs and we just talk about shit. But yeah, so I'm always embarrassed to tell people I'm a Leo because my in-laws just think Leos are terrible. I don't understand it. If it's not family, a stranger would have likely been found. Yeah, it just makes you think, right? Like, like when somebody just asked a little while ago, do we think that maybe Savannah knows that it's her brother and her sister and that's why she left? And I said, you know, maybe that is the case, and the police told them to leave because maybe they too know who it is, but they don't. You know, it's one thing to be able to arrest someone, right? It's a whole different thing to be able to convict someone, right? And without a conviction, all this is for nothing. So maybe that's why she went back. I mean, I got to give her some grace because I've been like, if it was my mom, I couldn't leave. You guys. I couldn't leave my mom. I would just, everything the police would tell me to do, you know, like, don't go searching, don't go do this. I'd be like, fuck you. That's my mom. It's my mom. I'm going with or without you. And I got a whole YouTube channel that's coming too. So move, you know? And I have been very critical about, not very critical, but I have said some critical things because I don't understand that kind of, I don't understand people that, and I'll call it a strength maybe, of people that can go back to work and do their everyday lives. And I understand she has children, and when you've got people that depend on you at home, you have to be strong, right? No matter what, you've got to be strong. But I'm not that strong. I'm not. If it was my mom, and I've already lost my mom, so I know what I went through over losing my mom, and not in any kind of tragic way, but you know, I know what a mess I was and how hard it was to go back to work, and I still had a minor living at home, and I had to take care of him and my dogs and my cat, my husband, and you know, and you still and go to work 40 hours a week. You still try to be present, but I was a mess. But I think if I lost my mom and my mom was missing, oh, y'all have to come and visit me, y'all, inside of a loony bin because there's no way. There's no way. But just because there's no way for me to do that, it doesn't mean that she's wrong and I'm right. You know what I mean? But now that person came in here and said that, now I'm kind of thinking, maybe the police told her, look, in order for us to catch these people, they got to screw up. And the only way they're going to screw up is if you leave and they don't have you watching them anymore. And then we can catch them. Because like I said, an arrest is one thing. The conviction is what holds it. So if they don't have enough evidence against these people, you guys, we're screwed. We're screwed. Tam Solo, I probably said that wrong, forgive me. I think some larger organization has done this. Could be. April says, yeah, and they turn that house back to the family with all that DNA in there. They have blown it now for court. That's right, April. That's right. And I've said this from word go. If I was on that jury, I would tell if they ever arrest somebody, and I believe someone will be arrested. You know what I'm saying as a jury member? I don't want to hear any evidence you have after the first time you turn the property back over, because everything after that is all been contaminated. People have been up on the porch. People have been all around the house. People have been in the house. Look, you contaminated the whole area. You got nothing. So the only thing I would listen to is from anything before they turn the house back over the first time. Anything else, it's already contaminated. You can't use that. You cannot use that in court. Deputy says, call me crazy, but I watch police chases. Oh, I love them too. I love body cam too, girlfriend. Yes, yes, yes. Skylark, never mind. What? Go ahead, say it. Say it. You're not gonna fit me. I'm a Leo, and if I go to the beach, I have to be around a bunch of people so I can listen in. See, but I don't know. We got to talk. We'll talk about that. Well, listen, it won't be very long. I'll do just another personal live where we're just sitting around chatting, and we'll talk about that because y'all, they've made me feel like shit sometimes. Seriously. But anyways, do you think it was a white Kia? I really don't know. I'm not good with cars. I'm shit, you guys. I'm shit when it comes to cars. Like, I don't know. I don't know cars. I don't know. All I know is it's white. Well, I don't know if the car is white, but the car that everybody says that is the Kia Soul, I know that is white, but I couldn't tell you what kind of car it is. Cecilia, I'm sorry. It's fishy that the general and the scientist and Miss NG is weird. Yeah. Hi, my Shelly. I don't think all those people camped out. I'm from the house, and people following SWAT, etc. didn't help either. Well, the SWAT team got them good, didn't they? When they went and swatted that house, I mean, they put the word out there that they were going to be in a totally different neighborhood. The only one that had the good sources that was inside the SWAT perimeter was Brian Enton. Everybody else went to that neighborhood. In the beginning, Brian Enton did too, but he listened and his sources said, no, they're going here. He was the only one in the perimeter when that happened, you guys. So they got him. Hi, the Moon Lily. Beautiful name. Did anyone find it strange and negligent that the police department did not send out a statewide alert when a Nancy was determined to be missing, similar to an Amber Alert? Girlfriend, say it louder for the ones in the back that aren't listening. Just chalk that up to Sheriff I don't know that fucked that up right along with it. Yeah, very strange and very negligent along with everything else that he's done. Aloe, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in, Sess. I really wish I could believe that Nancy is still alive. I hope that someone does the right thing and speaks up because someone knows something. I hope she knew Jesus. Amen. Amen. And I'm just going to leave it there. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Tashi, hey girlfriend, good to see you. April says 2 months later, they put out her photo that she was missing. It's terrible. Glenn Davis, I am so sorry for you. For me? Why? TLC took photos of a lady who drove up, walked up to the door. She turned around and left. She would not talk. Oh my God, that was so ridiculous. And good on JLR for questioning her and just because that was so rude. That was the rudest. Who does that? Lizzo, did you know that Tommaso taught CSI? I did not. He taught about DNA analysis, conducted mock crime scene. I did not know that. Wild Angel, I definitely thought all along that the sheriff knew more than he's leading on, and that's why such a strange situation. Wow. Wow, Lizzo, I did not know that. All right, guys, I'm going to keep going with this. This is the first time we have ever played Megyn Kelly on the show. I just really, this is the first time it's not that I haven't seen her before. It's just I don't jive very well with her. I think our personalities are a lot alike. We can both be very loud on the air, very opinionated, very blunt and straight to the point. I don't think she's very quiet in real life, but she may be. I don't know. But I think that's why maybe me and her just don't jive well. Just like people who have my real name, I've never gotten along with anybody that had my real name, probably because I hate that name so much. Not Leanie. Leanie's my childhood nickname. Anyways, here we go. Let's listen to this. I think it's great stuff. And I appreciate this from Megan Kelly. Here we go, guys.
That's what I'm trying to reconcile in my head, unless the guy is not connected at all. But we have to figure out who this guy was from this latest video and figure out his
It's
name
a
and
very
address
good
and
question.
determine.
If it's not connected, I think it's safe to say we should not move to Tucson. Like, how many men do they have roaming in the middle of the night, trying to
Creepy.
break in, creepily preying on people's porches, possibly abducting women from their beds? Like, I didn't know that Tucson was such a hotbed of criminality, but it's kind of disturbing, Maureen.
Well, he's got something in his hands. Fitz, what would you say to the possibility that maybe he was going around as part of his pre-incident work and trying to get clothing from people that had someone else's DNA all the way, just that's
I can't rule that out, but it's
a bridge
I don't
too
think this
far.
guy is as bright as some people are giving him credit for. I mean, again, it's a successful abduction. We have to give this guy credit for that so far. But is it all by happenstance, by fluke, and some mistakes made early on by the investigators? I mean,
Well, let me give you one other. I have another criminal for you from the Tucson
no.
area who's on camera. This one is a peeping Tom. And I believe this is from December. This is a local couple realized that they live in like an apartment complex, it looks like. And they look at this guy. He's wearing a reflective vest. It's almost like he wants to be seen for the listening audience. He's got reflections, like the stripes all over his shirt. And the couple that has been spied on is now filming him. I don't know if it's with their Nest camera or their Ring camera, or they actually just did it, but he's going up on his tiptoes and he's holding his phone in front of a high up window. The couple spoke to the local media saying that's a bathroom window.
I'd like to see how old that female victim was in that.
She's not. She's young. She's not
Oh.
old, which is the distinction here. I mean, I think, because it's like, if you're peeping Tom and you want to look into the windows of young women in their bathrooms, and this woman is young, she looks like maybe young 30s to me. That doesn't necessarily put you on the line for abducting an 84-year-old in the middle of the night. But I am just saying, like, Tucson's got a crime problem. Maybe it's every city that has all this stuff on camera, but this one happened. The one that we're showing you the video of happened December 18th, 2025. He was spotted peeping into apartments near Cortaro Farms in Thornydale and Pima County. I don't know where that is in relation to Nancy. Actually, I do. It's 9.3 miles west of Nancy's house. My crack team looked that up. But this man is 6'3" to 6'4", and has a different. So it's not our guy, because the FBI, they wouldn't be off by that many inches in estimating who took Nancy. And the couple was reporting that they saw him looking into one of their neighbors' windows as well. This wasn't the first time. They say that the estimated population in Tucson for at least 2024, the most recent we have, is 554,000. They had about 2,200. No, they had 2,084 burglaries in 2024, which is 401 burglaries per every 100,000 residents. I don't know if that seems high to me.
That's high.
But perhaps this is like, I don't know, like if this were the case, is it like Tucson's forgotten how to investigate these, or what? Because nobody has confidence in this sheriff at this point. And I would think this guy would say, I've been around the block. I know how to investigate a break-in. I've done all the things I need to do. There was no problem with me turning over the crime scene when I did. But instead, he's been kind of like, okay, if there's someone to blame, I'll take the blame. It doesn't seem like they're very good at investigating so far.
Well, if you have a city council, go ahead, Fitz.
No, you go, and then I'll pick up.
If you have a city council and a mayor that
You guys, I want to answer this question right here. First of all, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Will you just hit the thumbs up for me? Jay says, how long will they keep the house if she's not found? And when could you collect the life insurance if no body is found, if you know? So we talked about that as well. And come to find out, it's different for some states, but it used to be, it took 7 years to declare someone dead if a body is not found or they have no working leads anymore. So, in order to collect life insurance, you have to have a death certificate. I think we looked it up, and in Arizona, was it 3 to 4 years, you guys, that as long as they didn't have any leads and she was believed to be dead, then you have to go to court for the courts to declare them dead. So I hope that answers your question. I feel like they should look at the neighbor down the street, maybe someone named Frank. Why would you say that, Tracy? Good to see you, love bug. Jay says it doesn't matter if it's by happenstance. He abducted her and hasn't been caught in over 2 months. He's winning so far. Right. Tashi wants to know if they actually have a footage of Nancy being taken. Oh, wouldn't that be something? I don't know, because, well, the guy on the porch, from all accounts, they said that he did manage to get that Nest Cam off of there. So don't know. Mike H says, did they ever say what the guy with 2 backpacks was doing caught on film? They said it wasn't related, but what the heck was he doing? Good question. That's one of the ones that we were watching on here. Because that was just one of them. There were actually 3 different videos as of last month, and I'd seen the one with the 2 backpacks many times, but I hadn't seen the one with the guy on the porch. And to me, it looks just like the guy on Nancy Guthrie's porch. So I don't know, but I'm gonna look into it. April says, I would love to know if there are more video pics. Listen, I'm sure I'm sure that they have it. That it's just they're not gonna throw out everything to us right away. Anna, good to see you. She says, is the family, it's a hoax. Every time you see him on TV, they're not crying. No tears have been shed about their mother. A lot of people agree with that. That's for sure. TLC, he knew not to turn around. Deputy says, Peeping Tom is casing the joint. Well, more than one. And listen, I'm in agreement with Megan Kelly over this. I mean, who wants to move to Tucson now if that's what y'all got going on? And it's scary to think that it probably is in all of our neighborhoods, but I don't know if you guys are on any Facebook sites or anything like that that has your, like my neighborhood, we have our own Facebook group, and if something fishy's going on or whatever, somebody will put it out. Like somebody went into, that doesn't happen in this neighborhood, but in my previous one, if somebody got into a car, they would put that out, or their ring camera, they would see somebody walking by. A lot of people don't answer doors anymore, so they would send out the message that, you know, this guy came through. Does anybody recognize him? They came to my door. And usually it's like, yeah, they came to mine too. It's a salesman. Don't worry about answering it. That kind of a thing. So just, if you're not a part of that kind of group, get a part of that group, pay attention and look out for each other. Do we know who her beneficiaries are? Good question, Jay. I think that'd be a great question for Lizzo. I don't know if she's still in here, but I think Lizzo said that it was her son-in-law that was the executor or the person over her estate. Katie, hello. They're actually low-key smiling. Read her body language. Wow. Next door app. Thank you, Lisa. Yes, that's it. That's it, girlfriend. Thank you. Welcome. Kelly says they never talked about the casita. Was there any evidence in there? Would have been a great place to hide and wait. Listen, I have said from day one, somebody was living in that casita. They've never said anything. They never, in fact, they never even came back for the cameras, the 2 cameras that were installed on the casita until over 2 weeks later. But I can understand why they wouldn't put out names as to who lived there. I don't know. We'll see. It has been reported that she has had people, family members and other people living there before, but during the time of the kidnapping, that hasn't been put out yet. It's everywhere. Crime is everywhere, Cecilia says. Mia says it's a hoax. This is pathetic. I call BS. Okay. Raymond, hello. Who has access to Nancy's bank account? I don't know that, but that's a good question. I don't think they're going to put that out to us. Today's show ratings were sagging before the abduction. Afterwards, they shot up. You just never know. Listen, I'm not taking that off the realm of possibility at all. I think they exploited. I think NBC completely. I do believe that it's a real case. I do. I think NBC has exploited it though to boost the ratings and to make a lot of money. Tracy says, I might sound crazy, but I do spiritual readings. Some might not believe in them, but I do believe she came through and mentioned these things. I believe she died soon after being abducted. Well, thank you for being here, Tracy. I do believe in clairvoyance, and I thank God every day I have none, because I would lose what's left of my freaking mind. April says, there's a lady that lived there, but it's been years ago. Deputy said, this is so screwed up. Mike says, Savannah seems overly dramatic. I kind of feel that. I'm going to tell you who seemed totally dramatic to me, okay? And I could barely stand it. Listening to Savannah's one-on-one with Hoda Kotb and hearing Hoda go, Y'all, I was like, can you please mute her, Mike? She's distracting me. Couldn't stand it. Lizzo said there was a lady renting the casita 8 years ago, but don't know anything more recent. Kelly said, did they ever find the people renting and moved out that house down the street? I do know when Brian Enton did some one-on-ones with the neighbors, they were talking about that, and the neighbors said that yes, the FBI were questioning all the neighbors about those people. NBC has totally exploited, been doing that forever. Yes. So fake. Oh my God, it's too much. Mute the mic. I know. I was just losing my effing mind, and y'all know I don't have much of that left. I'm telling you, everybody's used it up. But she was sickening. She was real sickening. I was just like, I just was like, just stop. I've been weird since my brain injury, but I document a lot of it, so don't feel crazy. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. And God bless you. Just, I hope you do keep a diary. I would like to keep a diary, but I'd be scared somebody would find it after I died. They would be needing therapy, especially if it was my kids, or, well, my husband would get it, but my poor kids, they would need therapy. So that's why I don't. All right, let's keep listening. I'll shut the hell up now.
Aren't supportive of law enforcement going after any kind of petty crime. This is exactly what you're going to get. It's like a bunch of 3-year-olds. Criminals are like 3-year-olds. If you let them get away with anything, they're going to get away with everything.
It's Halara, pants Halara. Look at the top. Wow.
Well, that's clearly what's happening. And I don't know if it was any accident that, this guy thought he could get away with it on Nancy Guthrie's doorstep or breaking into her house because maybe he's in this crime world, Fitz, to your point. And he's like, everyone's getting away with it. I can get away with it too. And then things went wrong in there. And it just turned into, now I got to get rid of the evidence of what I did. But wouldn't there be something stolen out of the house if that were the case?
Absolutely. There's always a motive for a crime. I mentioned in your program the other day, Megan, about the double homicide in Vermont of 2 professors at a Dartmouth college. My profile was initially off. We thought it was someone they knew because the family said nothing was stolen out of the house. I told you later, 2 teenage boys were arrested. They stabbed both parties to death. And they said nothing was stolen. And then we said, it's someone they know. The guy was in business with someone in South America, and maybe there was an affair or something like that, or a former student didn't like the grades they got. Well, it turns out 4 days later, the daughters reported cash was stolen from the house. Somehow the daughters knew where cash was kept. That changed everything. That was then the crime scene became a theft, a robbery, a burglary. They were allowed into the house. They pretend they were taking survey. So there have been some problems with this investigation. If it turns out that there are some missing items, but you're not going to steal missing items and the person who lives there. You may kill the person in there if they see you, because they're not going to talk when they're dead if they somehow have ID, or identification, but you're wearing a mask to begin with. So the purpose of this, whatever this break-in was, it doesn't seem to be something was stolen, unless there's something the family is not telling us about at all. And then for some reason, Mom/Nancy had to come along at the same time. So no, the mission had to be to abduct this woman. Was she the specific one? Could it have been anyone? That's what we still have to ask ourselves.
But it just seems so unlikely that it's like, oh, and they just happen to get Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Of all people, right?
Right. Oh, and I'm here to rob the house. I got a great idea. Why don't you just come with me? So get dressed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stop bleeding.
Oh, you don't want to? And then how? Yeah. And then
no, it doesn't.
She goes down.
It seems much more likely they knew exactly who was in there. It just seems impossible to me. Though I understand some people there have said it took them years to know that Nancy was Savannah's mother. Apparently she's not like my mom running around telling like the electrician and everybody. Like my mom loves to tell people, her doctors, they all know. I guess Nancy was more reserved about that fact, which my mom and I have had some laughs over the past week. We've been laughing and worrying together, gallows humor on our own account. But in any event, so it is possible that the locals didn't know that this was Savannah Guthrie's mom, but it just seems too extraordinary to think it had nothing to do with the reason she was chosen. I want to keep going because there's a couple of other things that I've got to ask you guys about. This is just breaking now. Okay, here we are again. I'm sorry to even read.
Call them bullshit on that one, you guys. We know for a fact that Savannah Guthrie was raised in that home. Everybody in that town knew who Savannah Guthrie is. They knew who her mom is. It is no coincidence that this person just walked up and accidentally got Savannah's mom. Not buying it. No way. Everybody knows the Guthries. She was raised in that house. That house was bought by Nancy and her husband in 1972 or 74. It was built in 1968. Everybody knew her. She went to school there. No. I mean, that's, no. Negative.
But I have to. TMZ just says it just received a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and that he's now upped his price. Remember, he was going to give us that information.
Okay, let me stop it right there because I know there's a lot of people in here and some people may not know what we're watching. You guys, this is Megyn Kelly show on Sirius XM. I just found it. It was done last month. So this is old. We're not learning anything new on this one, except for that I myself learned of a video that was put out a month ago on her show. We know that we've seen a perpetrator. I call him a perpetrator because nobody goes around in the middle of the night to strangers' homes with backpacks. So he's a perpetrator of something. I just don't know what. So I knew of that guy. I just didn't know that there was another Nest camera or home camera or whatever of another perpetrator. I call him a perpetrator because, again, it's not his house. He's up to no good. On another person's porch that to me looks just like the guy on Nancy's porch. So that's why we're watching this. Kelly says, Megan Kelt is crap, always says inappropriate things. Slipped just now and said killer, then corrected herself. Okay. Well, you know, this is the very first time I've ever played her on here. I'm not making excuses at all, because if I think that she has something of value, like I never seen that video before, and I went and looked for it on my go-to people that I usually will converse with and talk with, and on my channel. They don't know me, but I know them. And anyways, I couldn't find it anywhere. So that's why I'm playing here. I'm not playing her because I'm a fan. I'm playing her because I dig what I saw. And whether I like somebody or not, sometimes they might put something out that's relevant for me. It was relevant for me. So I didn't know if it would be relevant for some of you guys. And I just have to tell you, Kelly, I'm crap too, because I say a lot of inappropriate things, like so much. Like I can read a room though, right? Like I know now is not the time for me to be inappropriate, but believe you me, there's almost, if not by now, 700 lives on my YouTube that I've done. I've been on here for a little over 2 years, and most of it is fucking inappropriate. No lie. Okay. So I can't call the kettle black. I'm a terrible person. Please be quiet and leave this poor family alone. Arabelle, first of all, I love that name. Thank you, Arabella. You are welcome to your opinion, but when it comes to cases like this, or any case or anything, everybody's allowed to have their own opinion. And I would never tell you to be quiet for having an opinion that is different than mine. I'm not bothering the family. Do you think the family really knows about, according to Leanie? And even if they did, Savannah is a news reporter. Savannah I don't know if she still does, but she has her lawyer's license. And this is what she does on the daily, honey. She makes a living off of stories like this. And who are the very first people in any case to be the first suspects? It's the family. So why should the Guthrie family be any different to what Savannah herself makes a living doing? I don't care who it is. I don't care if they're famous or not famous. I'm no different than anybody else. I've got an opinion. I am not singling out the family because I have something against Savannah. I don't. I don't know the girl. I don't watch the girl. I'm going off of what I know about the crime so far, and I have made my own mind and my own decision up. Never, ever would I tell you to please be quiet or any other way. You're welcome to your opinion. But it's also wrong to come in and ask everybody else not to have their own. So welcome. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope you stick around. Do. All right, let's keep going.
For the low price of one Bitcoin, about 65 grand. No, he's pissed now. The email says he's contacting TMZ because he doesn't trust law enforcement, but he trusts Harvey Levin, who spends most of his time talking about celebrity news inside the 30-mile zone or Los Angeles. Okay, he's essentially using TMZ as an intermediary, telling authorities, you don't trust me, I don't trust you. He suggests the reward is now, he suggests the FBI reward, having been doubled to $100,000, because that happened yesterday after our show, was a move designed, quote, to discredit me. Now he wants the $100,000 from the FBI, and here's how. He's asking for a fraction of Bitcoin worth 50 grand, and in return, he will give up the information, and then he expects another 50,000 in Bitcoin. He promises not to withdraw the first 50,000 until the kidnapper is arrested. There's another important change. He says when he gets the initial payment, He will give up, quote, the name of the main individual, referring to the main individual, suggesting possibly that there are accomplices. But this fucker, excuse me, like, what's happening here? You're
Why
both
aren't they
shaking your
coming
heads.
through you?
I'm good.
I just agreed with Megan Kelly. This fucker. See, I'm a terrible person. I really am. No one speaks perfectly. People can do and make verbal mistakes. Oh, I don't even make verbal mistakes. I really mean what comes out of my mouth. It's just sometimes I'm like, I should have probably thought that through. Then I have to pick up all the verbal shit that I just throw all over the ground. BM, good to see you. What the hell is going on with this case? I wish we knew. I wish we knew. We're here for the long run. We're here for the long run. Hunter says, I agree. The daughter has something to do with the Nancy's case. Thank you, Hunter, for being here. Jay says, why is it every time we start forgetting about TMZ, they get another ransom note? Like, serious, Harvey Levin? We need you to shut the hell up. Just kidding. Listen, is it for ratings? That's what I want to know. And obviously, this was recorded a month ago. And then supposedly the day Nancy goes back, Savannah goes back to work, they get 2 more letters. And it sounds like it's from the same damn guy. So I'm questioning. Are you questioning? Because I'm questioning the legitimacy of it. A, is Harvey Levin looking for clout, views, money? B, is someone paying him to do this, to keep this in the public eye? Or now that Savannah's gone back to work, to now have people start really paying attention to the Today Show that would normally pay attention? Because we know if something happens, where's it going to break, y'all? On the Today Show. You guys know that, right? If the Today Show isn't live, it's going to break on NBC. Just saying. I don't think there's so much other people involved. I believe it was one person's situation. I do believe 2 or 3 people know about it, Tracy says. Britt, hey, good to see you. He's a lawyer. Deputy said the family isn't watching videos right now. Who is to be left alone? Charlene, hello. Are you taking your medication? Something's off with you? Yes, I am taking my medication every day, like 5 pills or something. I don't know. I have thyroid problems too, to tell you the truth. Just found out that I'm a diabetic. I know. I'm telling you this because I know you're curious and you really care about me and wants to know. And also, Jen, I have high cholesterol, so I got to take medicine for that. But no, this is really me. This is Lainey. Okay. And that's a kind way to put it, Charlene, that I'm off. I just thought I was fucking crazy. Who knew? April says, that doesn't mean you're a bad person. This guy is a horrible person to do this, to ask for money. He is a fucker. Oh, goody, you guys. Oh, my new bedding is here. I love the UPS man and the Prime guy from what is that thing called? Oh, Amazon. Amazon got it too. Hey, dude, you could have put it on my porch, you little idiot. And you ain't running fast enough. My son used to work for what's their competitor, UPS's competitor, those other people. Anyways, my son, and he used to run his ass off, y'all. Anyways, let me get back to this. Y'all, I'm terrible. I'm a terrible person. NBC's ratings are in the toilet. Y'all got to start looking that up. I got to pay attention. I doubted Harvey Levin from the beginning. Inserts himself to boost the ratings, Lizzo says. He worries Savannah has gone back to work and normally ensues. He will be forgotten. So up comes more ransom notes. Well, he did, Britney Spears' son just changed his name on Instagram. Harvey, go report on that. He's no longer a Federline. Now he's, what the hell's his first name? Sean Preston Spears. There you go. I gave you the 411. Get to it. FedEx. Thanks, love bugs. Appreciate Benner. Good to see you. Not good to find out you're diabetic. It's okay. You know what? Michelle, I was really happy to hear I was diabetic. Just because I wanted some Monjaro. So when my doctor says, Leanie, congratulations, you're full-fledged diabetic, I was like, right on, can I get some Ozempic? And he's like, no. I was like, why? And he said, because you have a bad stomach anyways, and that stuff is poison. It's bad for you. I'm going to put you on Monjaro. I was so excited about it. And y'all, within 3 months, my A1C was perfect again. And I was like, does that mean I have to come off Monjaro because I'm digging it? And he's like, no, it just means that it works for your diabetes. So that's good. No, I'm all made up, as Maggie would say, on that Monjaro. Just like I would listen, I was wanting me some Ozempic face, just like Kelly Osbourne. I think she'll listen. I'm not dogging on a girl for being too skinny, because I know that feeling. I've lost some good amount of weight. I still feel like I haven't bought any new clothes. Everything. My son told me yesterday he was embarrassed to be out with me because I looked homeless. Because you get in that, I know this has nothing at all to do with poor Nancy, y'all, but listen, I'm just being real with you. You get in that mindset of being like 567 pounds. Never was, but I'm being exaggerant now. I'm exaggerating everything. And it doesn't matter if you lose 357 pounds, you still think you're 567 pounds. So you don't ever change clothes. And he's like, you look homeless. Like, are you guys broke? This is my baby child who's in college, right? He graduates May. And he was like, are you guys broke? Do you need money for clothes? I was like, no, dude, I'm good. Oh, that's a whole thing, you guys. I'm so sorry. All right. Does Hunter have an attitude? Hunter, it's the daughter of the son-in-law. Hunter, do you need a hug? Do you need a hug? Megan Kelly looks like Ozempic. I would love to be that skinny, y'all. I don't understand how we went from wanting this big booty, big booby, little waisty, kind of thick, they call them thick. I call it straight up fucking fat asses, like me. To being stick thin again. I don't know, but I would love to be stick thin. I really would. I'd be wearing a bikini all day. All day. All right, let me get back to this, y'all. I could get off like crazy here. Oh, I'm terrible, but I'm so excited about the Monjaro. Y'all, everybody needs to be on Monjaro. And you know what pisses me off? I'm going to say this one thing, okay? I mean, we're all family here, right? I can say it. I have lost everywhere but the right places. Like, I would love to lose more. I mean, any boob, like any of it. I personally think boobs should just fall off when you're done nursing. At least in my case. No, I have not gone down, not one iota of a bra size. I'm a little shitty about that. Anyways, let me carry on with this because chat's dropping like crazy. Like, fuck me. I didn't come here to listen to Leanie's problems with her boobs. Y'all got, this is real life problems here, y'all. This is real world problems. All right, here we go.
It's fine. They don't need to go through me.
If you have a hanging belly, I beg you to try this.
To the woman over 50 who hasn't exercised in years. Starting.
But I have to
No,
say,
'cause
like,
at least you
Harvey
can have
Harvey
one of-
Levin is milking this for everything it's
Right.
worth. I just feel like he's too salacious. He's too eager to put himself out there and see himself on TV every night with Aaron Burnett and then with Sean and then with it's like he's forgive me because I have nothing against Harvey, but he's to me undermining the credibility that he had when he reported the initial ransom notes or whatever we're referring to the original communications.
We could almost say he's an opportunist taking advantage of the opportunist who's taking advantage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. I can't tell you how many times I've been in prison, in jail cells with long timers, short timers. Marina, you can probably relate to this. And you're working some other crimes, the guy's part of a gang, whatever. And you say, yeah, we need information on this. Happened in the Unabomb case. When the New York Times letters, you put a 9-digit number, So it happened, it was a social security number that came back to a guy in prison. It was in the Manhunt Unabomber miniseries in my book. But the point, and we went in and talked to the guy, and he said, oh yeah, the Unabomber. Yeah, I'll tell you what, you get me out of prison, I'll find this Unabomber guy for you. Now that's one big example of a big case, but I've done that other times with guys. Yeah, those burglars, yeah, get me out of here for my charges. I'll find who's doing it. No, the deal is you tell us first, then we'll go to the prosecutor, the judge, and we'll get you a lower sentence and maybe get you out if it's good information.
Yes.
This guy,
yes,
everyone knows the
because
rules.
this guy would
Everyone
have the
knows rules.
100,000. If he had the name of the kidnapper, all he'd have to do is give it up and he'd get the 100,000. He doesn't have to do any of this rigmarole.
And he can be anonymous. And we told him yesterday, the guy, whoever was at the porch, we said yesterday on your show, don't fear that guy on the porch. He's not going to hurt you, I assure you, nor will the main guy, whoever that is supposed to be. So I would not take this person serious. The family, the FBI have to decide. If nothing else, they'd have to put out there, publicly, and maybe we're doing it right now. Give us a little something. Give us a little something to prove that you're valid, that you have decent information, and maybe we'll then take you serious. And if he knows this much about the case, he can give something. Now we're not going to know if it's true or not, but if he's this close to the information, and now TMZ. Now think about this too, and I'll let Maureen take over. So TMZ is putting this information out. If there's a real kidnapper or team of kidnappers holding Nancy in custody or wherever she may be at this point, they're going to be looking around at each other saying, hey, who's talking? Who's talking to TMZ? And they're going to start, accusing each other of things. So unless that's some wild strategy that someone's employing for that purpose alone. But I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking. So nothing about this makes sense.
What would you be doing with this information, Maureen, if you were investigating this case?
Well, like Fitz, I have had guys in prison on this case, this big case we worked, where they would say, if you let me out, I could solve this other one. That seems to be something that you see a lot. And I just said, hey, I like your enthusiasm, but I think it's fairly obvious. I can't let you walk out of prison for some vague promise. I do think this whole thing is a distraction. I think it's taken away resources from the real work that needs to be done. And if this clown, we're starting to normalize this theory or this thought that you can just come up with your own rules and try to rewrite the way everything's been done since the beginning of time. You cannot come in and say, give me money for absolutely nothing. And I don't have to give you anything. This is a negotiation.
He's just like the other note writers, right? Just like the original note writers who claim they have Nancy. He's claiming, I know who has Nancy. I'll give you absolutely nothing, right? And you'll give me something. I'll give you no proof of life and you'll pay me. And this guy, it's like the FBI has already said, tell us if you know who the kidnapper is and we will give you $100,000 if it leads to his arrest. If this guy really knows who the kidnapper is, the protocol is very simple. Any idiot could follow it. Just tell them. If you're right, you get $100,000.
But the reason they don't want to do it is because they're going to have to sit down with FBI agents who are going to identify them and check every bit of what they're saying. And that's why they want no part of it, because they have no bona fides and no position to even, make these claims.
Last question before I let you guys go. There's all sorts of news today. We're going to get into it in our next panel too, but about a turf war unfolding between Sheriff Nanos and the FBI. That the FBI wanted to send the DNA that it's getting from the crime scene and related searches, like the gloves that were found when the New York Post was tracking law enforcement, to Quantico, to the FBI lab. And that Sheriff Nanos said no, that early on he had sent things to a Florida lab he trusts, and he just wants to send everything to that lab for consistency. He says, you can trust this lab. The FBI's got a great lab too, but this lab already has been processing for us and we're going to stay with them. And the FBI clearly has been speaking to the media, pointing the finger at him, like this guy, he's not cooperating. He doesn't really want us there, which is not a good sign. It's like my overall thought is this is not a good sign that they're on the eve of an arrest because, as they say, success has 1,000 fathers and failure is an orphan. Once they start doing this, it's like very bad for Nancy. Does not mean they've found Nancy or are close to finding her or a kidnapper. But can I get your quick takes on the turf war? The sheriff's denying it. The sheriff's saying we get along fine. We're not going to let the media divide us. I happen to know there is consternation over at the FBI with this sheriff, and it is his investigation. The protocol is it belongs to the locals. unless they want to give it over to the FBI or let the FBI take the lead, which he clearly doesn't. So thoughts on him and that, Maureen?
First of all, if the sheriff is the one making the calls as to where the evidence is going, he's the one that's in charge of the investigation. That's just the way it is.
Yep. That is what's happening. But I mean, what do you make of, are you surprised that this is happening, turf war, when we're, so many days in and so little to show for it?
I've heard about this turf war for longer than I care to admit. I think it's a leadership problem. And I think, I think the line officers and FBI agents are doing everything they can, and they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. It's just the bosses, it sounds like, that are having issues with each other. And there were, to be fair, there were big issues at the Boston bombing. And I think, I'm pretty sure in that instance, one FBI boss was removed because, so I know the FBI is ready, willing, and able to remove someone if they're the big problem. But here, from everything I'm hearing, because all the sheriff's deputies and former deputies and everything are all saying the same thing as the FBI agents. So it sounds like the outlier seems to be the actual sheriff, but the truth will prevail at some point.
They'll all be, kumbayaing it, Fitz, if they find this abductor.
Yeah, an interesting combination is alpha males, high profile, unsolved case, and at least one elected official. And you put those three together, and of course media coverage and all those other ancillary factors in there, it's going to create these turf wars, or at least these problems. I remember the DC sniper case. It was Chief Moose, who was the head of Montgomery County Police Department. He was technically in charge, and I witnessed some shouting matches in there and going back and forth between not just the FBI, but every alphabet agency in Washington, D.C. area was involved in that case, because everybody's getting shot. Even an FBI employee eventually was killed. So yeah, these things are going to happen. I just hope cooler minds prevail. And I think Maureen touched on the important part. The worker bees get along fine. Even when I was on the Joint Bank Robbery Task Force in New York, the NYPD guys, the FBI guys, agents, detectives all got along great. It's the bosses that have the personality issues, whatever. So I'm hoping that stuff can all be put aside. The people can get the job done on the lower level, the men and the women, wearing the uniforms, carrying the badges, and we get some break on this case, hopefully over this weekend.
Yeah.
One other observation is, where in God's earth are the mayor and the DA of Pima County? How come we haven't seen or heard from them at all?
Question. And at least the DA. Normally you'd see the DA getting involved in this, right?
Right. Do they feel the same way?
Isn't that who the sheriff would be working with to get any warrants,
Sure.
And even the FBI would have to work through, right? Wouldn't the FBI go to the local prosecutor to get warrants if they need them?
Maybe, or the U.S. attorney in that district.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect the U.S. attorney to say anything. They never do. But yeah, the local DAs would normally be speaking out. You're right. Maybe they don't want to step on this guy's toes. I mean, I'm concerned because he's an elected official, the sheriff. He knows it's a celebrity case. I mean, let me just say this. You think that when you're well known, right? Like Savannah's very well known, you'd get the red carpet treatment and you'd get better treatment than like the average person. I mean, I think that's what the average person thinks, that these celebrities get like.
All right, guys, we can stop it right there because the rest of this, we've already heard all of this. I am going to back it up just a little bit because we all know that this is old footage, but this morning was the first time that I had seen this one footage of a perpetrator on another porch, and I was blown away by how much, to me, he looked like the guy in the mask on Nancy's porch. I could be wrong. That's why I'm playing this. And so let me back that up. I want to show it to you guys again. You may have seen it. I don't have Sirius XM, so I don't listen to this stuff. I just happened to see it on YouTube today and decided to do a live this morning on it. So let me back it up. I want to show you guys it one more time. Tell me if you've seen it, what you think about it. Does he look? What the hell is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other one that we saw. Hold on, let me get through this.
Has been spied on.
Okay, so I've seen that one. So I'm just bringing up the one that I just saw this morning for the first time. You guys may, like I said, have already seen it because you guys are on it and I'm not. But this video right here, when I saw it, I could not freaking believe, first of all, that I missed it. But second of all, I couldn't believe it because it looks like someone I know. And of course, I don't know these people. I don't live in Arizona. So I was like, damn, he looks like the perp in the mask. All right, so let's do this. Let me go ahead and play this again. You guys tell me what you guys think about it. I'm not playing the whole thing. All I'm playing is just the video of the guy on the porch and letting the experts talk about it again. And then we will close this one out, okay? Let me get it back to where I had it. Sorry.
Different. And so that's disturbing because now we have at least 2 men who, one we know committed a crime, one we think looks pretty sketchy with the double backpack in the alley in the middle of the night, trying to get through some gate. Doesn't exactly look like, he's working on his dissertation. So I'm not sure what's happening there in Tucson. And then we have a third person. Now another video has emerged, and we're going to show that today of yet another guy. This guy is on a porch. This again comes from one of the Ring camera forums are in and around Tucson. Like people talk and they link their ring cameras and they see it, talk about what they've seen on there. Now look at this guy. He was all over this woman's porch in the middle of the night. Look at him, you guys. He's got the dark mustache. He's got the soul patch into a beard underneath his chin. He's got pretty distinguished eyebrows. Now, unfortunately, he is also kind of skinny. In my view, that's a distinction from the man who was on Nancy Guthrie's porch. You can tell he sort of knows about the Ring camera here himself. But look at that. Before he manages to cover it up or do whatever he did to it, boy, oh boy, you have a pretty good headshot of him. So, Jim, there is a striking similarity between this guy and his face, at least, and what we think is behind that masked man on Nancy's porch.
And once again, as I've said about the last guy we showed and the same guy we talked about yesterday. By the way, Maureen and I came up with the name Tupac for him.
This latest guy?
No, the guy from yesterday.
Oh, Pac-Man. Oh, Tupac. I get it.
Yeah. Anyway, but this guy, yeah, there are some similarities, certainly through the eye holes. They've got to follow up on this. I would want to know how far away from Nancy's house, the exact night, the same, and the time of day, and perhaps if any other Ring cameras pick this guy up along the way. He's certainly acting suspicious, like he doesn't belong there. Yeah,
there's
that's
no
a good
way he
side by side.
belongs.
Well, of course not. I mean, unless it's an ex-girlfriend or something. We just don't know that. But I'm sure the ex-girlfriend wouldn't be putting this thing out unless she wanted to, upset her ex-boyfriend. So he has to be looked into. Facial recognition. Local sheriff deputies are going to know this guy. Most likely, someone will recognize him and say, "Hey, who is he?" If he's just a normal, street guy doing his thing, that's one thing. But if he's obviously if he's there for some other reason, that has to be determined. And if he never shows up and turns himself in, that's a clue too. So we have to get these guys identified as the bottom line, and maybe just move on from there. But without knowing who they are, their names, or where exactly they were, at 1:47 or so that Sunday morning. They got to keep him in the suspect pool.
We don't know, but somebody knows. Here's the information. The original poster of the video goes by Keen Divine online. And this was originally posted it was dated January 23rd, last month, from the neighbor's Ring camera app, not far from Nancy. Then our friend Nerdy Addict on X, he reposted it, which is where I saw it this morning. The man showed up on someone's porch, he said, around 3:30 a.m., and then returned again at 5 a.m., prompting a concerned Ring user to post about it on the neighbor app. This home is roughly 6 miles south of Nancy Guthrie's house. Look at that. I mean, short of it being vertical, this guy gave us his own little mugshot. I mean, somebody should be looking into him for what, if anything, may have gone missing on that porch at a minimum. the link that the neighbor who posted it on the neighborsring.com, that post says, this guy appeared in the front yard around 3:30 a.m., then returned around 5 a.m. My dogs went crazy barking and thankfully spooked him away. I didn't answer the door. Anyone else see him in the area of 6th between Campbell and Tucson Boulevard? He's got on a light color, and now moving on to just what we see in the video for the listening audience. He has dark hair, dark facial hair, a mustache, the soul patch underneath his bottom lip. He approaches the doorway, appears to be carrying a light colored sweatshirt or jacket. He sort of oddly hunches over, we think probably trying to avoid detection on the camera, which failed with his rear end to the camera. But I mean, he's caught, like his whole face is on there. He shuffles to the side, appears to try to block the camera unsuccessfully. You see his entire face. He does have more rounded eyes, and it looks a little bit like he has something on his neck, like a tattoo. It's hard to see. And he looks Hispanic to me. You can't really tell in this black and white video for sure. But I don't know. To me, still, he seems too skinny. The guy who was at Nancy's for sure, to me, looks slightly huskier than this guy and huskier than Tupac. And now let's see.
Here's how to safely trim your dog's nails without fear, stress, or risk of infection. The ones that stay with you aren't the biters. They're not the ones who took 3 people to hold down. Not the ones who screamed so loud the whole shop went quiet. The ones that stay with you are the old ones. The dogs who come in at 11, 12, sometimes 13 years old. And
yes, this is somebody on the Nerdy Addict thread. Chuppa Jones points out, notice how he uses the same hand to block the camera, then almost seemingly instinctively does the same little crouch down to the left motion as the abductor, or as the mask. Like,
mouth. I wish I could see the mouth a little bit better.
He has dark hair, dark facial hair, a mustache, the soul patch underneath his bottom lip. He approaches the doorway, appears to be carrying a light colored sweatshirt or jacket. He sort of oddly hunches over, we think probably trying to avoid detection on the camera, which failed with his rear end.
What do y'all think? What do you guys think? I mean, honestly, I just feel like I've seen this dude before. Man, that place is crime ridden. That's right. Blonde, hello. They have the person of interest, but the family is tied to local law enforcement politics. Obviously, this guy was recognized a bit ago. Yes, but I just saw it this morning. Look, I know that this video is over a month old. This is the first time I've ever seen it this morning when I was trying to update myself and figure out what I had missed over the weekend. And I saw this and I was like, no way, no way, no way. And I could not believe the eyes and the way that the mouth is. It's just, to me, I don't know. Hi, Vixen. Vixen says, shame on you, Megan. I don't know what that is referring to. But you're welcome to your opinion. I think he looks like Porch Guy, Michelle says. Nikki says, that is the guy under the mask. Nikki, I'm telling you, I just was like, I was blown. I kept rewinding it. And I just kept looking and looking. So I knew a lot of people probably saw this already. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. And I just wanted opinions on what you guys thought. If you guys thought the same that I thought, I'm just like, those eyes, those eyes. April says he hunches over because he knows he will be noticed for height. Makes me think he was in prison before. That's interesting. That's interesting. Izzy, good to see you, says Tim So Buddy. So you think that's Tommaso, I call him hot sauce dude. friend. Is that what you think? Peggy, hello, says, as best as we can tell with a porch guy, this new guy looks like porch guy without a mask. A lot of people, not a lot, but a couple of people have said that. Now, like I said, this is over 30 days old. I just happened to find it this morning when I was trying to reconnect with the case, because this weekend I, spent a lot of time with family. So I let everything go except for my real life world. So I was trying to get back into it, and I saw this, and I was like, how the hell did I miss this? Like, when did it get put out? Like, what happened? Gia says, I'm so glad you ran this today, refreshing our minds. This is good. Thank you so much. April says, he is the one, I bet. And Peggy said, I missed it too. I just can't believe y'all thought it had everything. I mean, listen, it's not just me on this channel. I mean, all of my mods are way into this. My co-host, like, everybody's like so sus, and we're so like invested in this. My husband laughs at me every time I say I'm invested in a crime that I know nothing about the people. And I'm like, shut up. You don't know because you don't do what I do. But anyways, yeah, we're so invested in it that I just can't believe that this one hasn't been brought to my attention. Nancy says, where's this picture from? So this is Megan Kelly as Sirius XM. And I'd seen it on a short, actually, because she's also on YouTube, and I guess she put it out as the short. I don't know how long ago the short was. So then I went looking for this, and it took me a minute to find it because it wasn't on YouTube. It was on her XM, and I don't have that. And then she names the person who posted it on their like Nextdoor app. You know what I'm talking about? Like on Facebook, where your whole community's on the same app. So if you see something in the neighborhood, then you put it on that so everybody could be the lookout for it. Well, this was on the Facebook, their Facebook app. And supposedly it's about 6 miles from where Nancy Guthrie lives. And also, did they say that it happened on January? Did they say it was January the 15th? I think it said January the 15th. I should be working, but I'm not. We won't tell anybody. Nobody knows about us here. We're the best kept secret on the internet. Jay says, with all the information and expert that have weighed in on this case, criminals now 10 times smarter, and I'm not even joking. I completely agree with you. Listen, I'm not a criminal, y'all. Well, a hardened criminal. But I'm so much smarter now. I will ask Tashi, she'll tell you. I'm so much smarter than I was 2 years ago, for real, because of true crime. So, I mean, I'm learning, and damn, who knew that I even had an eye for this shit? But yeah, they're watching us, and this is how they can stay one step ahead, right? Tashi says, I'll be back soon. Got to prepare the spray booth. Okay, Tosh, I'm going to be getting off soon anyways. I've got some things I need to get done. And y'all, my new bedding is outside. I got to go wash it and put it on my bed. Because y'all, I totally redid my guest bedroom since I found out that baby child is never moving back home with me ever in his whole life. I took over the room. I repainted it. It's the most beautiful yellow. Not that you guys care, because most of you are just here for the true crime. But y'all, listen, what I mainly do on here is just tell y'all stories about my life. But anyways, I took over the bedroom. I repainted it the most beautiful buttery. In fact, the color is called lemon butter. And it's so like soft, buttery, colored yellow. Just so soft, so beautiful. And I have been redecorating that room and just loving it. So my new bedding is out there he didn't even bring it up to the porch. I just set it in front of my garage. I could see through this window. I saw what he did. But he's short and he looked like he was having a bad day or something. I don't know. So I need to go do that. And this morning I put on a pot of chili so I don't have to worry about dinner. But I want to, if you know me, and I'm always working on my floors because I've got 3 dogs. I've got 3 golden retrievers. I've got Newt, and there are shorts on my page if you want to go look at my babies. I've got Newt. He is our oldest, and he is almost 7. And then I've got little girl. Her name is Anichka, but I call her little girl. And she is 4. And then we've got Laramie, who is the baby of the bunch, and he's 5 months. And they're my world. And I've got a cat, and his name is Wednesday, and he thinks he's a dog. And you guys, right now, they're my life. I mean, all my kids are grown now. My baby's graduating from college in less than a month, and he's already signed his apartment for his apartment. And I've got 5 kids, 4 of which are married. So I've got 9 kids. I've got a bonus child who still lives with me. He is signing this weekend for his first apartment. He got a girlfriend, y'all. Got a girlfriend and just decided to move in with her. And I just say nothing. I just smile and I'm like, I wish you well. And I'll miss you. So everybody, my last baby, who was actually a bonus kid, I did not give birth to him. He's my son's best friend. He's lived with me since the 8th grade. And anyways, they spread their wings, and I just grin and bear it. And then when they're not looking, I cry. So this is going to be the first time since I was 15 years old, and I'm 56 now. This is going to be the first time since I was 15 years old that I did not have a child living with me, much less a child that I gave birth to. Because I have like 2 sets of kids, right? Like I had my first 3 by the time I was 18. Got married when I was 14, and I had 3 kids right away. Boom, 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 my little stair steps. And then I gained a child when he was 8 years old. I married his dad, and I raised him until he went into the Army. And then I had my baby when they were all, like my oldest 3 were 16, 17, and 18. And my middle one, my blessing child, I call him Schleprock because he's always hurting himself. It's amazing how much time I sit in the emergency room with that kid. But anyways, he was 12 when my baby was born. So it's kind of like I've been doing this my whole life. Well, I have been. So I'm 56. Everybody, my bonus child's the last one to move out. I've always had a bonus child living with me, somebody else's kid who had a bad home life and needed a place to stay. And I think this one's my last one. So I got to figure out life and how I'm supposed to do life without being a responsible parent. But I've also got 10 grandchildren. Hi, Coffee. Good to see you. I've got 10 grandbabies. My oldest is 17 years old, and our baby is 6 months old. He's 6 months old now. And then my baby hasn't even got married yet and having kids. So I became a mother when I was 15, and I became a grandma for the first time when I was 39. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. I have a very full, busy, happy life. And you guys are my therapy. So whenever I get overwhelmed, and believe you me, I'm overwhelmed. And when I get sad, I come on here and we just sit around and we talk. And sometimes I'm just filming the inside of my house. Like, I don't know, we're watching the fireplace, or I'm playing with fire, or talking to my dogs, or there's always something going on. And I just sit here and have a chat, and you guys chat with me and I chat with you. And really, those are my favorite lives to do. So if you ask me my favorite thing to do on this channel, and believe me, there is Nothing that I can think of that I haven't done on this channel, from the silliest to the dangerous and the dumbest. I've done it all in the 2 years I've been here. But my favorite thing to do is just sit here and talk to y'all and get to know y'all and let you guys tell me your stories, because that's my favorite thing. April says, sounds like me, 4 kids and adopted one when 53 at a year old. Wow. Yeah, she's graduating this year. It's been a long time with kids. Yeah. I don't know how I'm supposed to work this out. I don't know what exactly I'm supposed to be doing with my life at this point. Or even who I am, if that makes any sense. But I'm grateful. And if I had to do it all over again, even getting married as young as I did, I would still do it the same, all over again, the same exact way, except I stayed married in my first marriage for 18 years. And I would have gotten divorced when we came back from Germany the first time. I didn't know I was allowed to get a divorce, but we came back from Germany. I had 3 kids, and I didn't know I was allowed to get a divorce. It's a whole thing. But anyways, I stayed married to him for 18 years, and I would have got a divorce right away. And when we came back the first time. But I didn't, and there's a reason for everything. And so I would live my life the exact same way. The exact same way. That's the only thing I would have changed. So brought me to exactly where I am here right now. So that's that. Thank you so much for that, leaning, heartwarming, that you would share. Oh, girlfriend, I'm full of nothing but stories. I packed a lot. I packed a lot into my years. I'm so grateful. So grateful that God has given me much, much more than I deserve. Peggy says, you rushed through your young adulthood. Now you're young enough to enjoy being a grown up. Well, I got to figure out what that is first. I don't think I'm going to take up bingo or synchronized swimming with the blue hairs at the Y yet, but I'm going to figure something out for myself. Me and this Manjaro, y'all. I'm digging the Manjaro, but that's a story for a different time. I just watched True Crime and play with my fern babies. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It's been a long live, 5 hours. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you. Even if you only spent 5 minutes in here or the whole 5 hours in here, it means so much to my heart. And I'm so grateful for every one of you guys. So thank you for that. Will you hit the thumbs up if you haven't done that on your way out? That's all I ever ask of anybody. And I just believe that if everybody would hit the thumbs up, then the algorithm will push me out there. And whoever's supposed to be here or that wants to be here and digs my jam, they'll find their way to us. That's just what I believe. I don't need money. I don't need memberships. If you don't feel like subscribing, don't subscribe. I don't care about none of that. I just care about having meaningful discussions, fun lives, silly shit, get myself out of my head and not worry and hang out. That's all I want out of life. That's not much to ask, I think. I love playing bingo too, but what I'm saying is, I can't be like doing it every week. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, guys, I love you so much. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you guys next time. Y'all be good or be good at it, and see you next time. Bye, guys.